Mustafa, Mustafa Ibrahim. Mustafa, Mustafa, Mustafa Ibrahim. Mustafa Ibrahim, Mustafa Ibrahim. Allah, Allah, Allah will pray for you. Mustafa Ibrahim, Al-Hadra Kristanin. Allah, Allah, Allah will pray for you. Hey, Mustafa. Mustafa Ibrahim, Mustafa Ibrahim. Allah.
Yeah.
Start me up. Good morning, guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren. Guten Morgen. Willkommen in Berlin. It's great to have you here. It's great to be in this wonderful city. Ich bin Peter Harbison. That has a good sound. I like that. I am Peter Harbison, Chairman of CAPA, and I'd like to welcome you very heartily to this great city. I think if how should I say this? If I didn't live in Sydney, I think I'd like to live in Berlin. It's a wonderful town, and I always love coming back here. For those of you who live here, you're very lucky. For those of you who are visiting, I hope you enjoy your time. And I hope you enjoy a very interesting couple of days and a very nice dinner tonight, too. We're looking forward to it all. Now, I have just a few things I have to say before we start. I'd very much like to thank our sponsors, who are going to show on the screen in a moment. For the whole event. It's always necessary to have these great supporters to our team, and we always appreciate it very much. But particularly to our host, Berlin-Brandenburg Airport, who've been wonderful throughout. Thank you very much to the Berlin-Brandenburg team. It's been terrific. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And just going through the admin things, Wi-Fi. You'll see the way to access that. If you're staying in the hotel, you can use your hotel access. But also for the Hyatt Wi-Fi access, it's conference participants, and then the password is CAPA18, C-A-P-A, all in uppercase. And thank you very much to Car Trawler for providing that for us. Social media, hashtag CAPA Summit. For all your posts, do make lots of them. It's always good to see them coming in. And I should say too that if you have any friends who'd like to be watching you, and if you put your hand up and ask a question, you can get on TV, because we're going to be live streaming every minute of this over the next couple of days. And we find usually that we probably a couple of thousand people watching around the world. So do bear that in mind. We do try to go paper-free, so we don't have a lot of paper. I apologize for mine. But use the app if you can, the event app, which is showing on the screen now, Bizzabo, and that will tell you all of the details, including all the bios of speakers and the whole agenda. And in that app, as you see from these here, you can actually give feedback on each of the events. You can do your own little sort of TripAdvisor, just to give stars to rank each of the ones as we go along. So please try and do that. Always give us a bit of help. We also have Rich at the back, who's doing a live blog on our Blue Swan Daily. For those of you who don't know about it, we do a free daily magazine, or e-magazine, which covers a whole array of different things in the aviation and corporate travel sectors. So please sign up to that if you haven't, blueswandaily.com. It's totally free and extremely useful. But we'll be doing a live blog on that website. Events for 2019, we have a lot. It seems hard to think that 2018 is already nearly gone, but it's been a big year, and 2019 I think will be even bigger. We do have 2 events in Europe next year, in Dublin and in Hamburg. We'll be back in this wonderful country later in the year. And then, a long list of things here, I'm afraid. Please enter your business card at the CAPA stand if you want to win a copy of our very extensive, I think it's a couple of 100 pages, report on airport financing and privatization. So put your card in the bowl at the stand. And the draw for that will take place tomorrow afternoon. And, of course, for those of you who are able to come tonight, the crowning event is the CAPA Awards for Excellent World event. We still have a few places available in the ballroom for tonight. If you want to sign up, please see Amy at our registration desk. So, that said, all the details, I'd like to invite, I'm very honoured to invite Johann Friedrich Kolsmann to come up from the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure to give an introductory speech. Thank you very much.
Über den Wolken muss die Freiheit wohl grenzenlos sein. Alle Ängste, alle Sorgen.
Good? Okay, now, there we go. Thanks, I brought some paper as well, I hope that's okay. Thank you for inviting me. Unfortunately, our Transport Minister Scheuer is unable to be with us today, and he asked me to convey the federal government's kind regards and to wish you a conference both interesting and successful. As you can see, could see, my name is Johann Friedrich Kolsmann and I serve as the German Director General for Civil Aviation. We are very much delighted that this year's CAPA World Aviation Outlook Summit has, for the first time, come here to Germany, and that all of you have found the way to Berlin. Actually, I don't know if you're aware, but Germany is the home to the cradle of international civil aviation. 109 years ago, the first commercial airline in the world, well, not in the world, but on this planet, was founded here in Germany. I know that some people say it was somewhere else, but we were 5 years before. Also, the city of Berlin owes a lot to air transport. During the blockade of West Berlin 70 years ago, the city could only sustain itself for almost 1 year because of the historic Berlin airlift, and I'm sure you'll get some more information on that later. Today, Germany is a vital hub for aviation. The site of many sites of the production of aircraft, as well as for the air transport aviation in general. And I think it's fair to say that the German aviation industry represents, like almost no other, the strength of Germany as a place to do business. Last year, worldwide, every 17th passenger ended or started their trip in Germany. So accordingly, with a traffic volume of 5.8%, Germany is today the 5th largest financial contributor to the ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization in Montreal. Air transport ensures that Germany can carry out its activities and enabled us to play a crucial role in many areas internationally. For example, as the world's leading exporting nation, but also as the world champion both for logistics and for traveling. Germany's location at the center of Europe offers many benefits. One of them is connectivity. So let me mention, I know we're in Berlin, but Frankfurt Airport is the global leader with 306 destinations, and Munich already ranks number 6 with 252 destinations. However, Germany's location at the center of Europe also makes the airport one of the busiest in the world and the busiest in Europe. Last year, for the first time, we had more than 3 million flights in German airspace, and the significant growth aviation has seen in recent years, of course, pose enormous problems in terms of capacity, not only in the air, but also on the ground. Many of you may have witnessed the difficulties, flight cancellation, flight delays we had to cope with in the last summer. Against this background, our Minister Scheuer, called together the most important players for a German aviation summit last month, by the way, also in Hamburg. And at that summit, all of them agreed on a set of 24 measures which will help us to better cope with further growth in aviation traffic next summer, hopefully. The federal government is in favor of further liberalization of air transport. However, we are also trying to achieve at the same time a level playing field on our bilateral and also on our multilateral negotiations on the EU level. At the same time, we ensure to keep up the high level of safety. And as you may know, the European Aviation Safety Agency, the EASA, is located here in Cologne and is a vital partner for us in this effort. At European, but also at global level within ICAO, we put a lot of emphasis in environmental protection, climate protection, and climate change mitigation within aviation. And also the increasing volume of air traffic causes additional noise exposure around airports, which is a source of tremendous criticism among the German population. Of course, aircraft have become quieter over the past decades, but the number of movements has seen a continuous rise. So overall, there are at national, European and global level major challenges, and please let us work together to address all these issues in the future. On that note, I wish all of you a successful conference, many interesting presentations and stimulating discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. Very much appreciated, and thank you for your warm welcome here. Appropriately, I guess, at this stage of the conference, we're going to start with an outlook. Some of the experts in the industry who spend their lives looking at what the future is going to bring for us, for better or for worse. And so I'm going to invite them up to the stage. While they're coming up, we have a little special little feature that we'd like to get you involved in. And this is, I don't know how many of you have actually experienced word clouds before, but the idea is, and what we'd like to ask you to do with this, is to, first of all, to log on to polev.com/CAPA18. So if you could log on to that. And what we'd like you to do when you've done that is just, in one word, say what you consider is the most important thing in the outlook for aviation. Just one word. And you'll see how the cloud forms, and we tend to get a consensus. Ideally, you shouldn't really look at the screen, because you should make up your own mind in terms of what you think is the most important thing. We're going to do it now, and we're going to do it at the end of the event to see if your views have changed. Because what happens is when there are a lot of words that are similar, they coalesce, and you tend to get a general sort of corporate consensus. So while you're doing that, I'd like to invite up to the stage for our first Outlook session Bob Lang, who's Airbus SVP Business Analysis and Market Forecast. Bob, if you join us. Thank you. Just take a seat. Wendy Sowers, who's Boeing Commercial Airplanes Director Market Forecasting. Wendy, thank you for being with us. And Brian Pierce, my good friend from IATA, who's Chief Economist there. Welcome, Brian. So, yeah, I'll give you a couple of minutes to do this. As I suggest, don't really look at the screen to watch what other people are doing, but to sort of make up your own mind. And the more we get, obviously, the more we get in terms of a sort of consensual view on what are the most important issues. It's not just one. That's a good idea. We'll take it off the screen. So please keep doing it for a couple of minutes. And so just to explain what we're going to do here, I'm going to just give a brief introduction. I'm intentionally not going to try and step on the toes of my panelists by saying this is what I think of the future. I'm actually going to concentrate my comments to a single market, to the China market, not the single market, to a China market, to a single market, the China market, and what's happening there, some of the, not everything, but some of the issues around that. And then we'll have individual 10-minute presentations by each of the experts here, and with time willing, we'll spend about 10 minutes to chat through those afterwards. So maybe I could give you another few seconds just to, if you haven't already, put your word in. Just follow through with that. So maybe we can just have a quick look to see what we have got to.
Doesn't ask me.
All right, plenty of words there. We'll take a snapshot of that. And obviously the purple one is top of everybody's mind at the moment, not just in the aviation sector, but also in terms of obviously the impact on the global economy, both in terms of cause and effect what is happening with oil and the impact. But we're seeing now, I think, as this evolves, we're seeing a few other things that are actually also extremely important. Brexit gets quite a small mention there, I notice. The environment's got a bit. Consolidation is a big one. And sustainability, yes. Technology, congestion. Okay, well, feel free to keep doing that for another minute or two. We'll keep it open, but we're going to take it off there, and I'll just get on with my quick presentation. So if I could, as I say, I'm going to have a word about China and a couple of issues there. When I was preparing this, there were about 30 different things I wanted to talk about, but I thought, well, I'll just focus on one, which, as I say, doesn't step on the toes of anybody else. You probably saw this earlier this month, 50 million apartments empty in China. And there's been a big issue about housing in China and the bubble there. I just put it up because not because I'm suggesting there is disaster around the corner, but because that is the way we're starting to look at China at the moment. Is the growth boom coming to an end? Now, to put that into perspective, 20% of Chinese homes are empty, apartments largely, built speculatively. To put that into perspective, China is about 20%, but the US is above 10%. Japan is above 10%. So it's not totally disastrous. The fact that it's 50 million is a very big number because everything about China is a very big number. But I think there is pretty much consensus that things are slowing, which is not that unnatural when you've been growing that fast for so long. But also there are some structural issues emerging in China. Talking specifically about the aviation sector, and of course I'm talking about high-speed rail here, the impact of high-speed rail on aviation in China has been quite marked, and it will become increasingly marked. The impact because it's diverting a lot of traffic that would otherwise fly onto rail. Now today there are, I think, 27,000 kilometres of high-speed rail. And we're talking about something like 300 kilometres an hour for that travel. It's about, these distances you see on here are marked from Beijing, which is highlighted. So you can go from Beijing to Shenzhen, just adjacent to Hong Kong, in 11 hours by fast rail, high-speed rail. Beijing to Shanghai now takes 6 hours. When it first started, it took about 8.5. So it's really a very, very comprehensive system. And it's particularly hurt China Southern down in the south because a lot of the rail links went out from there. Hurt them in terms of anything under about 700 kilometres is very, very competitive. And of course, as the aviation system becomes more congested, both in terms of airport and air traffic control, the train becomes much more attractive. And that attraction grows as, of course, there are more rail links created. And by 2030, there's going to be something like 45 to 47,000 kilometres of high-speed rail. The 4x4 to 8x8, this is a sort of rough gauge of the grid of the high-speed rail network. And it's been something like this, 4 verticals and 4 horizontals. Very, very crudely represented here. But that over the next 15, 20 years is going to go to 8x8. And you can see from that it's going to have a massive impact on the prospect of travelling by air. It's really going to dilute what would be a natural sort of progression. You compare with the US, for example, if it were at the same sort of stage. Air travel would grow phenomenally fast. This is obviously going to dilute that projection for the future. And this is a sort of close-up because the high-speed rail just hit Hong Kong earlier this month. And there's a real concentration of both of people and of rail around that section. And it really has a major impact, not only on China Southern, of course, but on Cathay. And if you add that to that, the link, the bridge link between the various cities at the top of the Pearl River Delta, that whole system becomes really, really tightly connected with very, very good surface connections. Now, there are two aspects to this. One is traffic is obviously diverted away from going by air. The other one, though, is there is the potential, and it's evolving fairly quickly, for multimodal connectivity, of feeding rail into the different hubs. And Shanghai is a very good example of that, where you link in, although they do have a bit of an airport issue there too. So, point made, basically, anyway. Looking internationally, my theme really is that if you are restricted in growth domestically, there's the prospect of growing internationally. And this is where the Chinese carriers have been looking to go out and grow internationally. China, this graph here is off our website. It's a breakdown. All of the different colours you can see there represent a separate airline. I know it's pretty blurry, but it's just a general concept. The growth rate there is going to be 10% right through to the end of the first quarter of calendar 2019, which represents about 10% year-on-year growth. 15 million seats a week in that region. Just remember that, 15 million. China to Europe has about 175,000 seats a week. Dramatically different. And my suggestion, my implication there, obviously is that this is an underserved market. The distances are obviously greater than within Asia, but at the same time, the trade routes, the trade flows are starting to hasten and need to. In fact, we've got negative growth, largely due to capacity controls, but also to visa issues, a whole array of different things. China to North America, 127,000 seats a week. Negative growth again, flat to negative growth. And both Canada and the US have capacity caps, which slows that growth, along with some visa issues too. To put that in context, one context anyway, Australia has half as many seats as US and Canada combined from China, and about a third of Europe combined. We have 56,000 seats a week coming into Australia. We have an open skies regime, visa system is relaxed, and we received about 1.5 million tourists from China last year. I've made a comparison in the past with Australia and Canada, which has a restrictive regime which is designed to protect the national carriers there. The impact on the national GDP is something like $3.5 billion lost to the Canadian economy by keeping out Chinese carriers. And finally, I'll rush through this fairly quickly. You've probably heard of the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. China is, as a supportive thing, not just for aviation, but generally, going out into the international markets, lending for infrastructure, and it's quite controversial. There are a lot of things going on there. But from our point of view, from an aviation perspective, it is quite relevant and quite important. It doesn't just relate to aviation too. Just this month, 2 new navigation satellites were sent into space, called the Beidou Navigation Satellite System. It was important because, as the official news outlets said, with the launch of those and of the new satellites coming up, China will complete the basic navigation system and start to provide complementary services for countries participating in the Belt and Road Initiative by the end of this year. So we're talking about a global navigation system that is becoming part of the Belt and Road Initiative. Another 11 satellites will be launched in the next 2 years, and by the end of the year after next, the whole navigation system will be comprehensive globally. Pretty amazing development, that. So in conclusion, trying to keep to my timing, Domestic consumption is now strong in China. It's strong enough to support the economy effectively and a strongly growing airline industry. But there's been little coordination between rail and air service growth, and that's gradually starting to change. Domestic air travel is going to be suppressed to some extent. It has been already by high-speed rail. And the Chinese carriers will, and my purpose for showing the growth in the US and European markets, or non-growth, is that these are markets where things have got to change, just so inevitably, regardless of short-term issues. The Chinese carriers are bound to be seeking further access into Europe and trying to change the balance in North America. And the BRI will progressively become more and more important, particularly in developing nations, but also on a more global basis. So thank you. That was just my sort of little contribution on China. I'm going to wrap up there, and I'm going to introduce Bob Lang to come up and give his thoughts on the next few years in aviation. Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
Over to you.
I need that's just the green button, is it?
Yep.
Okay. I love big green buttons. Good morning, everybody. So actually, this says Brian Pierce. Everybody's looking at Brian Pierce's face and his presentation, so maybe Brian should start before me.
What do you want, Peter?
I wouldn't pretend I could present Brian's presentation. I could try.
We'll do each other's presentation.
Can you guys do something about this, or should we just, for time, have Brian come up and I'll go later?
Oh, swap.
All right, let's do Brian. Sorry, Bob. It seems to be easier.
Okay. Well, apologies, Bob. Actually, I'm sure your presentation is much more interesting than mine. Peter's asked me to talk about the global macroeconomic situation and its impact on airline financial performance. I'm also, though, going to talk about what I see as some of the structural changes that we've started to see in the airline sector, because I think they're really important. And since we've got Boeing and Airbus talking here, I'll put in a little bit at the end about what we see as some of the issues on the longer term outlook. I mean, let me just kick off by saying, clearly the macroeconomic environment matters for air travel and also for cargo. Since the start of commercial aviation, we've seen ups and downs in our industry, tightly linked to the health or otherwise of the global economy. Obviously, travel and also cargo are actually very leveraged to the economic cycle. So clearly, macro matters. Interestingly, I think, we used to say the same about airline financial performance. Up until the global financial crisis, airlines' financial performance, their profitability, was very tightly linked to the economic cycle. Airlines typically did really well when the economy was strong. They went out and ordered lots of shiny aircraft, and they were delivered, of course, just when the economy was sinking into recession and profits were crushed. And so we had this cycle in the airline sector, which resulted in, actually, since, if you look pre-global financial crisis, the net profit margin of the airline sector, ever since the start of the industry, on average was zero. Before the global financial crisis, the airlines managed to pay their bills, they managed to service their debt, and there was zero left over for providers of equity. Clearly, unsustainable situation. As you can see, that seems to have changed in recent years. And I'd certainly argue it's more than fuel. Everyone who put fuel as the most important issue today, I'm not sure it is. We've had a long period in the 90s where oil cost $20 a barrel, airlines lost money. We had that period after the global financial crisis where a barrel of crude oil cost you more than $100 a barrel. Jet was a lot more than that. Actually, airlines were improving their financial performance, and people were traveling. I don't think fuel is the key issue here. I do think, though, we need to come back to see, are there structural changes in what airlines are doing here? Because certainly the financial markets, I think, are skeptical. We haven't seen the improvements in price-earnings multiples, or indeed in credit ratings, that you might expect if this chart suggests that there's been a structural change in the way that airlines are performing, decoupled to some extent from the cycle. So it's probably, I guess, maybe it'll take a recession to convince financial markets that things have changed. And if we look at the history of cycles in air transport here in RPKs, I guess the first takeaway is downturns are pretty much speed bumps for air transport, for air travel. We've been an industry, incredible growth industry, and I'm sure we'll be a growth industry in the future. I guess the debate that perhaps we'll have a little later is on the slope of that upward line. How strong is that going to be in the next 20 years? I'll come back to that. Second takeaway is that typically cycles, we've had periods of expansion that have lasted between 8 and 11 years before we've had a downturn. And this current expansion period is 10 years old, giving rise to lots of speculation, when's it going to end? I guess I would point out that the factors that have ended previous cycles have all been what Donald Rumsfeld would have called unknown unknowns. We couldn't really predict it with any certainty. Cycles nowadays are not regular, inevitable things. They're typically shocks. So in some senses, that's reassuring. It's not going to end automatically. On the other hand, we might well be surprised. We will be surprised. And it's as well, I think, to make sure our business models are robust to the next shock. But certainly the consensus is we're going to have continued expansion next year. Yes, business confidence has dipped. You can see here from the blue line, business confidence is not what it was, but it's still pretty good. Businesses are still expecting expansion. And the red line shows the Oxford economic forecast. The IMF's is pretty much the same. They're expecting slower growth, but that's still pretty good. So that's positive. On the other hand, what it does mean is that we're running out of spare capacity. And this is the OECD's view of the world. And it shows that the main economies in the world have essentially used up all the spare capacity that we saw after the global financial crisis. Cost pressures are rising. Unemployment has gone down to below global financial crisis levels. Wages are rising. And, it's going to take a recession to stop that. So I think the biggest challenge, I know we've put fuel on there, but I think it's a more general issue. The biggest challenge that we face as an industry over the next couple of years is going to be dealing with higher costs. And in fact, we've been dealing with that for the last year. We've moved beyond that period where we were facing falling unit costs to quite a reasonably strong increase in unit costs over the past year. And as I say, that is set to continue. We've typically looked at issues in our own industry, pilot shortages. We've had a lot of labor issues, and also, of course, jet fuel prices. But I think this is reflective of a broader issue. For a long time, the industry was able to pass those costs through, either in higher yields or higher load factors. That seems to have faltered a little. There's some relief on fuel. We've seen fuel prices spike and then fall back down again. Obviously, there's a lot of volatility in supply decisions in OPEC, but I think the new kid on the block is the US, and despite the pipeline problems, we're actually seeing a really sharp increase in supply of US fuel. I think medium term, though, it looks as though we're going to be in a higher fuel cost world. But let me move to that second chart, which showed that there have been some changes in financial performance from the cycle. I think the first change has been with the nature of the airline product. We've seen ancillary services forming much more of the package sold to the consumer, and I think that's an important structural change. And so the changes in distribution that we're seeing are a really important part of that, and IATA's been putting out a new standard, the new distribution capability, which allows airlines to distribute ancillaries indirectly through travel agents. I think the second change has been airlines are now managing their capacity, their asset utilization in a very different way to pre-global financial crisis. And if we look at load factors compared to break-even, it's very different to where it was before then. And you can see this change, and the gap between these lines drives profitability and return on capital. It's a very different picture to what we saw pre-global financial crisis. And it started before the fall in fuel prices. So what we've seen in airlines' performance is not just because of low fuel costs. And I think it won't completely disappear with higher fuel prices. And when we're looking at return on capital, which is probably the key metric for airlines' financial performance, it's not just margins on revenue, it's also the amount of revenue airlines can actually squeeze out of their assets. Ancillaries are an important part of that, but also things like densifying seating and the way in which airlines are using their fleet is also critical here too. So I'd argue that there are some structural changes that will mean that there is some downside protection in more difficult business conditions. But let me just finish with a longer-term concern. I think the world has changed. I think we're in a much more protectionist world, and I don't just point to the tariff wars. I think we've seen a change since the global financial crisis, and this line shows that world trade no longer grows faster than GDP, and it hasn't done for the past decade because of soft protectionism and most recently because of the tariff wars. I think that calls into question one of the key drivers of air travel, of the growth that we've seen. We've got a rule of thumb in the industry of 5% growth a year. That's what we've had in past decades. Surely that's going to continue in the future. Price stimulation has been an important part of the past. With liberalization in the US, with liberalization in Europe, driving some big falls, which probably added 1 to 1.5% on average to growth in air travel a year. Is that going to continue in the sort of world that we have? We've put together a few scenarios looking at the future. And the future could look like the past if we return to a more open borders world. And we could see expansion of 2.73 times over the next 20 years. But I think it does depend on us, everybody else, persuading governments that we need to move away from closed borders, border frictions, back to the more globalized liberal world that we lived in. And if we don't succeed in doing that, then yes, we will see growth. There are some pretty strong drivers in Asia Pacific, but it could be a rather disappointing expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. And I'm struck by your last comment there too. Obviously, we're talking globally. You're talking globally. When you actually dissect it into how the Asia market's performing compared with the US market or North American, Latin American market, there are lots of differences there. So we do lose a lot in the sort of averages. Now, who have we got next? Bob Lang. Thank you, Bob.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'd like to build on what the presenters have shown so far and really try and look a little at what we see some of the drivers behind the growth are. So a review of our global market forecast for the next 20 years. So this chart looks fairly similar to the chart that Brian put up. When we show this chart, I'm usually asked, well, isn't this an industry self-serving view of a bright future? Clearly, when you look at a 20-year view, you smooth out the risks of the peaks and troughs on the way. But 2 points from this chart. First of all, even when we've seen shocks due to unknown unknowns, the industry worldwide has slowed by having a pause of 1 or 2 years on growth before correcting and picking up the trend. So those pauses are very dramatic for the airlines who are conscious of their cash flow at that time, but the fundamental need for travel still exists. And also, if we look at the end of that forecast period, the annual increment in growth in RPKs worldwide in the industry is equivalent to the total worldwide industry in 1969 when the 747 entered service and revolutionized popular air travel. I promised I wasn't going to promote Airbus aircraft. Now, last year we had another strong year. The figures speak for themselves. An 8th year of impressive profitability. Impressive from the point of view of our industry's norms and expectations, but for airline CEOs, a return on investment which just covers your cost of capital or a little over is not quite enough to really build for the future. So we shouldn't be comfortable with that situation, and the industry still needs to become more consistently profitable over a more worldwide basis, because half the 56 billion of industry profits were generated in the US alone. I'd like to now project a little bit further, looking at the way people are traveling. It's a little bit of a complex graph. Vertical scale is trips per capita. Horizontal scale is GDP per capita. Each bubble is a sovereign country, and the size of the bubble is relative to the population. So the reasonably large yellow dot in the middle is the US, about 2 trips per capita. The red dot that is the highest and the furthest to the right is China, and the other red dot is India. Now, a lot of the drive for that travel, it's far much more leisure than business. It's driven by families whose household incomes allow them to be able to access air travel for the first time. Once they've got roofs over their heads, they're feeding their families, they have employment, they can only later think about air travel. As we then project forward 20 years, it's interesting to see the relations that you see each country heading in a similar direction. But in particular, that global middle class, by the economist definition, is going to double in that period. So we're going to see a lot more people being able to access air travel for the first time. And at the end of the period, globally, you'll see, despite other regions overtaking US, North America, Europe in terms of traffic, the propensity to travel will still be very high in the developed economies, but China will be roughly where US is today, and India will be roughly where China is today. This year, when we were looking at our market forecast, and our market forecast is a demand forecast, so it's not telling you exactly which aircraft will carry people in 20 years' time. In many cases, these aircraft don't exist yet. But we look at the way business models have evolved. From 2007, the larger bars here show the the so-called legacy or full-service carrier business models, which were predominant in most parts of the world, with low cost having taken off initially in North America and then with great vigor in Europe. When we fast forward to last year, you'll see that it's the old legacy models that have been squeezed. And more than anything, business models in airlines these days are becoming more hybrid business models. I'm sure other speakers will allude to this in the next 2 days. But in the same aircraft product that they will be having, they may have business classes that compete with full-service carrier business classes, and they may have economy seats, which from a price and product point of view, they strip out and they're competing with ultra-low-cost carriers in the same vehicle. We also look at the way aircraft have been used, because traditionally, big aircraft fly long distances and small aircraft fly shorter distances. And again, we've seen that evolve over time. Here we see a little bit of a heat map of today's airline operations. Each pixel is a cluster of flights, and the darker the pixel, the more concentrated they are in terms of the real aircraft capacity, the seats offered per aircraft, and the range of the flights. And you'll see that there's a big concentration of 320s and 737s in there today. There's a larger spread of 330s and 787s. And there's a gray area on the top left, which is where larger capacity wide bodies are used on shorter sectors. Isn't that misusing the aircraft? Well, some people might say it is, but the simple fact is when you're an airline, you're trying to maximize your asset utilization. And by using the capacity that you have on longer services and shorter services, you're able to improve your schedule and increase the number of hours that each aircraft is flying each year. So it would be a question mark whether that phenomena continues over time. Here, again, an observation. We usually claim in press releases that our aircraft have so much capacity and can fly so much range. So obviously we talk about the maximum range of the aircraft. Here you see a statistical spread of the way Airbus aircraft are actually used in service today, which also bears out the fact that the larger aircraft are used on anything. 330s are used on anything from 30 minutes to 14 hours today. So we decided to segment the market this way, which is a departure from us talking about single-aisle aircraft and wide-body aircraft, because aircraft may be different in the future. So we simply define them by capacity and range. A small segment up to 230 seats and 3,000 nautical miles, going towards an extra large segment of above 350 seats and up to 10,000 nautical miles. That's a little mapping of the way our aircraft fit those segments today, although what I show as very hard boundaries there in reality are not hard boundaries. There's a lot of blurring of boundaries. But when we have this segment, again in our forecast, we predict that over the next 20 years the industry will need a little more than 37,000 aircraft units. Our forecast is maybe a little bit conservative. Around 3/4 of those by the number of hulls to be delivered will be in that small category. But about half the value, because of course the wide-body aircraft are more productive and fetch higher prices. So as we again look at the world aircraft fleet, we do expect it to double over the next 20 years. We see beginning of 18, 21,450 aircraft that were in the fleet. And I think we, as forecasters as a community, we try and be humble, because it's very easy to put a forecast out there, and the one thing you can guarantee is that life will not pass exactly as you predict. So I was talking to our CFO recently, and he teased me about this number. And I said, well, the 2018 number, how accurate do you think that is? And he said, oh, it must be very accurate because you can count them. I said, well, at any time, there are about 4,000 single-aisle aircraft parked, and sorry, not 4,000, 4% of the fleet is parked, and up to 8% of wide bodies are parked at any moment in time. Some of those will come back into the fleet, some will be retired. So the accuracy of that starting number is between plus or minus 1% and plus or minus 2%. So we need to be realistic about the future as well. Anyway, half of these will stay in service and still be in service in 20 years' time. The other half of them will be replaced in that period. And the remainder of the deliveries, some 26,000, will be for growth. So roughly that is 70% for growth and 30% for replacement as we see it. So with that, I'll conclude. Again, I promised not to promote our aircraft, but I will promote our forecast. And if you are interested, our forecast is available in an app that you can download free from the Android store or the Apple store. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob, and thank you for being a great OTD, on-time departure. Wendy, let's hear the Boeing side of the story and how they compare.
Thank you. That here, so I can put that down. Good morning, everybody. It's always fun to go third after we've talked about the market outlook. I will often talk about some of the same things that we see over the long run, but hopefully I can add a little bit different flavor in a few areas. So very similar to the charts we saw both from Brian and from Bob in terms of the growth. This is a little bit different look in that it's looking at the actual number of passengers instead of converting it to RPKs, revenue passenger kilometers. But it tells the same story, which is that over the long run, this has been a growth industry. If economic growth has been around 3% and our industry has grown 5%, we are in a growth industry. It's not necessarily Silicon Valley 25% a year, but we deal with a lot more out there in the environment. And perhaps also following on both Bob and Brian, this chart has a special place in my heart because that right-hand side, and Brian and Bob both touched on it as well, if you look at the slope of that line on the right-hand side of that chart, it's only taken us 4 years to add another 1 billion passengers here in this recent time frame, right? The slope of the line has gotten much more straight up. And sometimes when folks, as Bob mentioned, sometimes when folks look at our forecasts, both from us and from Airbus, they say, well, yes, of course you say it's going to be a growth industry. It supports what you're doing. But if we look at history, if we look at what has been happening in the industry, we can see that happening right now. So then the question is, why is that happening? What do we see in the marketplace? And how does that influence our outlook? And we've talked a bit about some of the cyclical factors that are going on. From a long-term forecast perspective, when we're thinking about 20 years, we really want to think about, when we're thinking about what the forecast is going to look like, what are some of those structural drivers? So I'm going to talk just a little bit about what we're seeing out there and how we're thinking about it when we're trying to think about what's going to happen in the next 20 years. So from my standpoint, there are really two big groups or two main dimensions of that. One is on the economic and demographic side of things. And the second side is what the airlines themselves are doing in the market. So I'm going to start with the economic and demographic side. This is just a look at on the left-hand side of the chart, the last 5 years' growth we've seen. And it's dividing it into advanced economies versus emerging economies. Now, first off, if you'd asked me this question about 5 years ago and I said that there was 5% traffic growth in the advanced economies, US, Europe, Australia, Japan, I might have said, gee, that sounds a little strong. But 5% in those economies, which are growing below that global average, is actually quite strong. We're seeing low-cost carriers come to the market. We've seen liberalization. We've seen strong growth. But the fact that we've got almost 11% in the emerging markets over the last 5 years in terms of traffic growth really echoes what we're seeing in terms of the economic growth in those markets, but also reflects the demographics and the growing middle classes. And I'll talk about that piece in just a little bit in the next chart. What that's done for us is what you see on the right-hand side of the chart. The share of growth, or the share of the market, the traffic that we're seeing out there in the market, is really much more balanced than it's been in the past. And I think Brian touched a little bit on a potential dampening as we go forward. And for those of you who are students of the industry, and you could certainly see it in Brian's charts, we've had definitely our ups and downs in the industry. But if you think about it from a kind of a portfolio 101 financial management perspective, if you have a more diversified portfolio, you tend to have less volatility. The fact that we have more balance today than we have in the past between emerging markets and advanced markets, I think supports that perspective that going forward, we should see less volatility going in the market. So thinking about the emerging markets and why it's so important. So you've got growing middle classes. The pie is actually increasing in terms of folks who can travel, who have the opportunity and the means to travel. So in the economist sense, in their consumer basket of goods, they're choosing air travel more often. And a lot of that is due to income levels. And Bob was talking about propensity to travel. This is a bit different way to look at it, and it's a historical look. It's not a projection. But all of those dots represent a given year over the last 20 years for all of the countries around the world. And we've pulled out a few of the countries here to give some perspective about how things have changed over the last 20 years. So up in the upper right-hand corner, very similar to what you saw in Bob's depiction, you have some of the more advanced economies, more mature markets, farther along in liberalization events for those economies. So you've got the UK, you've got Australia, you've got Germany, higher propensity to travel, higher income levels. And then you can see some of the emerging markets on the left-hand side of the chart. So we've got India, we've got China, Brazil. You can see as income levels have risen in those countries, we've had increasing propensity to travel. So that's why we talk so much about the emerging markets. I think it's instructive to look at Vietnam in this picture, so I just happened to highlight that one. You can see that the trips per capita, the slope of that line is steeper than we're seeing in some of those other economies. If you think about the entry of low-cost carriers and the liberalization we've seen in that market in particular, you can very much see that reflected in that increasing propensity to travel. So echoing what Brian talked about earlier, when we're thinking about going forward, where are we? And are we entering a market where we might see more protectionism? That liberalization is particularly important for us when we're thinking about where the growth trajectories go in the future. So those factors, those economic factors, really drive where we're seeing air travel growth going forward. This is a look at what we're seeing in terms of the next 20 years in terms of the travel growth. So you can see the dark blue portion of the bar up there is where we ended 2017, and the lighter blue portion is the growth that we see over the next 20 years. Far and away, Asia Pacific will be the largest market going forward. And within China, echoing what Peter was talking about, China being an important market is number two. A couple of other thoughts there. Number one, if you look at those top four markets, for the most part, certainly not all, but for the most part, those markets can be served by single-aisle airplanes. And we have certainly seen a trend in the marketplace that where airlines can serve with single-aisle airplanes, they are. So that gives some perspective when we get to the forecast portion. The second piece of it is the growth rates. So we were just talking about the fact that some of these more mature markets don't grow as quickly. But if you look at the flows and the endpoints of those markets, you can see that there's definitely growth opportunity for some of those more mature markets connecting to the emerging markets. So you see higher growth rates, for instance, going Europe to Latin America than you would just within Europe. And I think that reflects the propensity to travel piece that we were just looking at on the last chart. So not all of that, while there might not be as much propensity to travel to grow in some of those more mature markets, those connections to the emerging markets are definitely an opportunity for growth going forward. So I talked about the economic and the demographic side. The second piece of it is what the airlines are doing. This is just a picture on the left of where we've seen real yields over the last several decades. Brian touched on this as well. And on the right-hand side, you just have the number of city pairs that we see the industry serving. Oftentimes when I talk to folks, particularly outside our industry, about the fact that the airlines provide better service today, sometimes I get an eyeball roll as people think about trying to get their bags into the overhead seats and maybe declining seat pitch, those kinds of things. But I think it's really important to come back to these two macro drivers, which is fundamentally we've got better service, which is the increased network, the more service pairs that we have at a lower price. Now, Brian raised some points about can that declining yield continue to happen? And I agree that's a question going forward. I think a lot of the opportunity is in these growing markets, and there's opportunity for that to continue or at least to be stable. But better service at a lower price, you tend to get more. So as the industry continues down this path, we would expect to see more growth going forward. What underpins that on the yield side is what the airlines are doing on their operations side. On the left-hand side of the chart, you can see just a few measures that we're looking at all the time in terms of what the airlines are doing in terms of efficiency. So we've got load factors. They're up 5 points over 500 basis points, 5 points over the last 10 years. We can certainly feel that when we get on the airplanes. Stage lengths are increasing. We talked about asset utilization and asset productivity. The airlines are using their airplanes more. And then finally, utilization, hours flown per day. A full hour more hours flown per day. Every airplane in the fleet, every day. To put some numbers around that, we took a look at if airlines were still operating at the same utilization and efficiency levels that they were 10 years ago, we would need 3,800 airplanes, more airplanes in the fleet today than we have if we were still operating at those levels of a decade ago. So that efficiency piece is really, really important for the airlines, but it's also supporting those declining yields. The airlines are becoming more efficient, therefore the fares that they need to charge are not as high to hit the profitability levels that Brian was talking about. And then some more statistics on the network. Last year, just in the last year, the airlines have added 2,000 new city pairs. For those of you who are students of our forecast, you'll know that we talk about fragmentation and the fact that the airline, as passengers want to travel, they'd rather travel nonstop. So those new city pairs, once again, represent better service for the airline customers, for the passengers. And historically, I think we've looked at this in the single aisle context. I think the 787, what we're seeing in the marketplace today is that we're also seeing that same dynamic play out in longer haul markets. So over 200 new markets have been opened with the 787, and well over half of those actually touch Europe here. So Europe is a key driver in this dynamic that we're seeing, particularly in the longer haul markets. Two thoughts here, not to dive deeply into low-cost long-haul or LCCs. I know we'll be talking about them as we go through the rest of the day, but I think it's worth noting that this innovation that we're seeing in the marketplace and airlines bringing better service crosses a range of dynamics that airlines are offering to passengers. So we've talked a lot about, historically, about low-cost carriers. It's mainly been in the short-haul market. We've got low cost entering those long haul markets. It's another opportunity for stimulation, another opportunity for traffic growth. So today, 6% of the seats across the North Atlantic are being flown on low cost carriers. That's up from 1% just a year ago. So another growth opportunity, airlines bringing new opportunities into the market space. And we touched a little bit on, Bob was talking about the different types of service that we see in the marketplace. I think one of the other interesting things that we're seeing today in the marketplace, and this happens to be a European example, but it is certainly not just happening here in Europe, is the airlines thinking about their offering more in a portfolio kind of way. So what are the different segments that I'm serving, and what are the different product offerings I'm going to be putting out there in the market to serve those different passenger segments? So, for example, today we see a lot of the traditionally full-service carriers here in Europe, and as well in other markets, offering an LCC kind of product into the marketplace, and once again stimulating growth as they're offering more service levels and more product offerings into the market. So just to wrap up on the forecast side, you'll see, so between the economics and demographics and the service levels and the innovation that the airlines are bringing to the market, we do see a very healthy growth market. This is a picture from the delivery perspective, and you'll see that it's fairly similar to what Bob showed. We've got about 3/4 of the airplanes going into single-aisle markets overall. And you'll see over on the right-hand side the geographic perspective in terms of where those airplanes are going to be going and where the growth is taking place. Very much echoes what we saw on the traffic chart, about 40% into Asia Pacific, 20% Europe and North America, and then another 20% to the remaining emerging markets. And then finally, a fleet look. Once again, on the left-hand side of the chart, you'll see pretty similar to what Bob showed. You'll see our replacement perspective in terms of, we also see the fleet doubling. We see a few more of the airplanes that are in service today being replaced, so it's more like a 56-44 split. So several thousand more airplanes being replaced over the next 20 years. But overall, the fleet composition remaining fairly stable. A little bit more in the single aisle, particularly as we have more capable single aisles coming into the marketplace. There we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you, each of you, for being so concise. You've had a pretty rapid run around just about everything that's important for the next 20 years in that last half hour. And I thank you for sticking to the timing. It really leaves me in a difficult position. We've got about 10 minutes to talk about picking up some of those points. Which ones do we select? I think in my sort of little cloud view of what you were talking about, one of the big impacts is protectionism, the concern that you have. I'm particularly interested in the long-haul narrow-body potential for opening up new gateways, for just in terms of what you were talking about too, Bob, just the ability to use aircraft in much different ranges in the course of utilisation. So those are areas. But I mean, maybe I could just sort of jump off sideways. When we talk about forecasts, typically there's not a lot of constraint in there. We're looking at demand from the demand side largely. The constraints that we haven't really talked about are issues, apart from protection, issues like pilots. I mean, where are we seeing that sort of development going? Obviously, and I think it's a Boeing figure that I saw, but I'm sure Airbus has done the same thing. We need something like 33,000 new pilots a year, and I think last year we had 20,000, which sets us on that curve starts to get even steeper as you move out. How are we going to deal with that? Is that going to constrain the growth in the next 5 years even? It's already starting to pinch, isn't it? Maybe I can start with you, Bob.
Well, I think what we're seeing is that all the airlines are recognizing how tricky it is to hire pilots. Part of that is linked to societal views of the evolution of the profession. If you've got teenage kids, have a conversation over dinner about it. What we are seeing is concretely more and more customers asking us to work with them to find better ways, more efficient ways, more local ways of training pilots. So it used to be that there were a very small number of training academies. Some airlines had their own. OEMs were very active in training pilots. The way that's evolving is more, I think, for OEMs to partner with airlines to set up and support local training academies. So we're dealing with it as an industry, but it will still continue to be a pressure point, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't get us very far, though. I mean, what's going to happen, Wendy?
So I think the way I think about it, and maybe this is...
We got sound in?
A little bit...
Yeah.
An economist piece of this, maybe. But I think it's really important to think short run versus long run. Yeah. And so, yes, in the short run, clearly we're seeing airlines talking about shortages. Pilot pay is much, much higher than it used to be. Then I flip over to my long run hat, which is pilot pay is much higher now, so it's a more attractive industry for folks to get into. I think the other thing that I would do in terms of that long run hopefulness is, building on what Bob said, is looking at what the airlines are doing in terms of training. So if you went back 5 to 10 years, the stories that I read, the anecdotal stories I read, where airlines didn't want to invest in pilot training because they would just be training for someone else. I think that's really changing. There are lots of examples now of airlines putting in place training programs, building their networks of pilots, and yes, putting in the right boundaries maybe to make sure that those pilots don't move right after they've trained them. But so there's investment in training and the pay is higher. And so I look at those two things and say, well, in the long run, this is one of those supply-demand things that's going to take care of itself in a way. That doesn't mean that there's not pain in the short run.
Yeah, which does suggest in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years we've got a bit of an issue.
I mean, just I think it's worth addressing the elephant in the room, because we're an industry for whom the safety culture of our industry is absolutely paramount and underlies everything we all do. But we see around us, we're moving in a more connected world, we're moving in a more autonomous world where we see a lot of money being spent on autonomous vehicles in all shapes and forms. You know, both our companies have research programs in urban air mobility vehicles, which may or may not be autonomous. And what I do see is the technology moving a lot faster than the societal acceptance. So if you want to look a long time out, I think the societal acceptance will come over time, and we will see a future with single pilot operations. We will see a future probably before then where current long-range augmented crew, the crew augmentation is from somebody in an operations control center of an airline or an air traffic regulator, a control authority, rather than necessarily in the cockpit. So I think we will see stepwise movements, but I wouldn't want to predict how fast that's going to move.
Well, you preempted my next question. Yeah, certainly it is the elephant, and I was aware you don't particularly like talking about it too much. 2030 seems to me a decent stage, Brian, to have one pilot in the cockpit. What do you reckon?
Maybe. I think we've all got to be constantly working to attract good people into the industry. I mean, I think that's just part of running good businesses, and I think we are all involved, and the airlines are putting more into training centres. Manufacturers are doing a lot. But I agree with
it is a bit of a drop in the ocean still, isn't it? What the airlines are doing.
Yeah, but if I use economist terms, where's the market failure here? I think we're at the end of it. Well, not the end. We're 10 years through an expansion. It's not surprising that we're facing shortages, and these aren't just.
So it's their faults. I mean, they've been producing too many aircraft.
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
I mean, these aren't just airline problems. These are problems across the economy. So I'm much more concerned about more fundamental constraints like infrastructure, getting the right infrastructure in place, or perhaps getting a sustainable fuel in the future. I mean, these are the things, real problems we need to solve. Yeah, pilots, we certainly need to work on that. But I can't see why that won't be solved in a number of years' time.
Well, that was the issue. I'm not sure. I've lost my clock. How are we going for time? Are we 3 minutes? 3 minutes to talk about sustainability and the environment. I mean, we really have no idea, do we, what sort of impact it's going to be? But the airlines are taking steps, and obviously the OEMs are taking steps to reduce the impact of growth in terms of emissions. How significant is this going to be as a constraint on growth, Bob?
Well, from our perspective, this is probably the most significant area where...
Sounds, yeah.
It's it's a very
underlining significant.
Yes, it's a very significant area that we need to be focused on in vehicle development and operation in the decades to come. We've all signed up to some very challenging CO2 and emissions growth objectives, and I think everybody in the industry is working towards those. But the growth of the industry itself is so strong that it becomes a more and more ever-present challenge. And I think we are going to see, within those next 20 years, competing paths for alternative energies, renewable energies. And the challenge for aircraft and engine manufacturers is that these different energies lead to different technical solutions. So the focus at the moment, and you'll see, I think, a lot more industry spend and a lot more people in the industry talking about this in the near term, as we need to make sure that each of these alternative pathways, our knowledge of them, our preparedness for them, is robust enough before they influence airplane program decisions. But I would agree with Brian, actually, that both the sustainability of energy and renewable energies and as well as infrastructure are the two biggest topics. If I'd been able to get the voting button working early enough, I would have put one of those as my word.
Well, we'll see if you're influencing it, because we're going to do another cloud pattern tomorrow at the end of the event to see whether people have changed their mind. So, Wendy, I mean, I presumably you're thinking along the same terms. We've got a convergence here. You've got efficiency on the one side, with the lid basically coming down in terms of absolute growth and how much you can emit. When do they actually converge? I mean, is 2030 starting to look like a pretty dangerous time, assuming the environmental movement and the need to address global warming becomes powerful, or is it 2025, or is it even sooner?
I think, I don't know that I will predict a year. As a long-term forecaster, I won't probably put a year on it. But from my perspective, I think it's, echoing what we said, it's very multi-pronged. It's not going to be one magic bullet solution, right? They're going to be, we have to work on it. There's the efficiency that the airlines are driving in. There's biofuels, which we're working on. There's the alternate technologies. There's air traffic management and making that more efficient so that we're not wasting as much time circling when we get to an airport.
That's a massive one, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that this is definitely one of those issues that it's going to take all of the parts of the system working together to really get where we need to go, and it's not just one thing.
So your, 200-odd members, are they all aligned in this?
I think everyone's aligned behind the CORSIA scheme, which is essentially a way to manage aviation's carbon over the next few years. We really need to make sure governments get behind it. I'm not sure here in Europe that everyone's convinced. We're seeing a lot of taxes starting to spring up for apparently environmental reasons, but Bob and Wendy know that airlines are buying the most expensive, cleanest kit there is. So a tax is not an incentive to reduce emissions. CORSIA is, we're going to hear from Michael Gill and others later. It's clearly an effective way of capping CO2 emissions. And then we need support on sustainable fuels. We know they work. There's a lot of different pathways, different options for drop-in sustainable fuels that are certified. It's just that they're not at scale. They're not commercialized now. There's a solution there on the table. We need governments and others to get behind them and support it.
So it's over to you, government. Let's. It is. I mean, I see no easy solution to this in the coming, other than just suppressing growth, and that has a massive impact on the global economies.
Well, that's the risk, I think.
Yeah.
That's the risk that we need to avoid. Because not just for our own selfish reasons, you want to sell more aircraft, we want to fly people around, but actually, connecting cities delivers huge both consumer benefits, but also wider economic benefits. That's the thing that stimulates growth, and we need to. There's work to do to preserve that.
And economic growth, if you take it into Asia or other developing nations, is actually surviving on more than $2 a day, isn't it? I mean, this is really a fundamental global issue. I heard President Trump this morning say he didn't believe his government's report about global warming, so maybe maybe there's hope there for us. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to thank our panel for I think, a great, very short and concise. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Very, very helpful. And not a lot of mention of individual aircraft types there. I was glad to see that. Coming back very much to the near term, Brexit is very much top of mind for many people in this region, particularly across the other side of 22 miles of water. The issue is not just about Europe and the UK, it's also about the UK and the US in terms of the multilateral agreement. I can't think of anybody better to guide us through this than John Byerley, who's done this for us on a few occasions in the past with a very distinguished past in the bilateral negotiation area. So John, if you'd come up and take us through the topic of the next subject. Thank you.
Wow. Kliegleitz, good morning. It's great to be in Berlin. This is a city where I spent 5 years of my pre-gray hair era and loved every minute of it, and it's so wonderful to be back. This morning, we're going to be talking, and thanks, by the way, for a wonderful reception last night. That was just splendid for everyone who was able to attend. We're going to talk this morning about Brexit. So as all of you know, I think every single one of you, on March 29, just 4 months from now, the United Kingdom's scheduled to exit the European Union. It'll be the first member state ever to do so. Some question whether it will be the last. This morning, we'll be discussing what Brexit means for aviation, both within Europe and in the transatlantic market. Before introducing our panelists, I wasn't an economics major. I don't have an engineering degree. I did German literature when I was in college. So a literary start to our beginning here, but a serious one. A century ago, as Europe emerged from the carnage of World War I, Ireland's William Butler Yeats captured the uncertainty, the foreboding, and the despair of those times in his extraordinary 1919 poem, The Second Coming. And the first stanza is up here on the screen. So today, as in Yeats's time, the established order is under threat, maybe not yet falling apart. The UK's departure from the EU seems, to me at least, more a symptom than a cause, a reflection of broader centrifugal forces that are nationalism, me-first sorts of thinking, forces that are shaking the foundations of the established post-World War II economic and political order. Throughout Europe, in Hungary, in Poland, in Italy, to some extent here in Germany, and most certainly in the United States, my home country, the voices of the worst most certainly seem to ring loudest quite often. They're certainly full of passionate intensity. Whether it's the EU, NATO, or the WTO, the old ceremony of innocence, as Yeats called it, in defending those institutions seems to be fading, at least defending them as a matter of principle. That's gone. As much as we might wish for aviation to escape the turmoil of this uncertainty, the reality, I think, is it's going to be a difficult task. In our world of international aviation, can the center hold, or will will Brexit push us a step closer to the anarchy of protectionism and downturn? A little more pessimistic setting than perhaps the growth scenario presented earlier from our good economist friends. Anyway, to explore this topic, I have with me four superb panelists. Jim Callahan of Kroon Callahan Aviation Consulting in the Netherlands. Montserrat Barriga, Director General of the European Regions Airline Association. Dave Semanchik, Regulatory Counsel and Senior Attorney at the Airline Pilots Association in Washington. And Mike Whitaker, now Principal of Whitaker Airspace and formerly the Deputy Administrator of the FAA in Washington under the administration of President Barack Obama. We'll begin with our two European panelists, Jim and Montserrat, for a look at the prospects for aviation relations after Brexit between the UK and the rest of Europe. We'll then turn to Mike and Dave for an assessment of how the United States and the...
when I was in school. But I think we face continuing uncertainty, and everyone will be aware that everyone else in the European Union, all the other member states, have agreed to a draft exit agreement, and the parties have issued a joint declaration. The difficulty for aviation is, and I don't know how many people have actually read the documents, I have not read all 586 pages of the exit agreement, but as far as I'm aware, there's one paragraph in the declaratory statement that deals with aviation. And it's quite aspirational. It calls for the parties should conclude a comprehensive aviation agreement which covers things like market access and safety and security and ATM, all motherhood and apple pie. The difficulty is there's no indication of what that's going to entail or timing. And so what that does is it continues to drive huge uncertainty in the industry. It's causing additional complexity and also additional cost. And these are three things, the last three things, that the industry needs more of. And so I think what's interesting is you broadly have two camps on this issue in the airlines. You have on one hand Willie Walsh, who is basically saying, look, all a bit of a tempest in a teacup, all will be fine on the day. And then on the other hand, you have my old boss, Mike O'Leary, saying the sky is going to fall, flights are going to be grounded, it's Armageddon. And I think, personally, the truth obviously lies somewhere in the middle. But the difficulty is we don't know. And I think the indications at the moment are that a hard Brexit is looking more and more likely. And the UK government has not dealt with, or doesn't appear to be dealing with, some fairly fundamental practical issues. And you have IATA in recent days urgently calling for engagement with the government to start to deal with these issues to avoid massive disruptions or potential massive disruptions. And so I think, this is really causing an issue for airlines, and there's no indication of when this might be resolved. And you have airlines like Ryanair and EasyJet who depend on the liberalised market. And I think possibly the reason why Willie Walsh can be fairly sanguine about this issue is that BA is wholly a UK-based carrier. So they don't rely terribly much on the market access provisions of the liberalised market, whereas the likes of Ryanair and EasyJet are pure European carriers. And so they've had to apply for additional AOCs in order to be able to maintain their flight schedules. And this is driving more complexity in the operations and additional costs. And so I think that's really the fundamental issue. There is no upside to Brexit for aviation. This is all about managing the downside. And just to switch for a moment to some more sort of unknowns, if you will, or potential side effects of Brexit. In my own native country, if there were to be a hard border between North and South of Ireland, you have approximately 1 million or over 1 million passengers in the north who use Dublin Airport as a hub. And you can be sure that if there's a hard border that requires people to wait anywhere up to 2 or 3 hours to get through, that traffic is going to evaporate. And so, whereas that may be an opportunity for Belfast Airport, it does have an impact on the South, or the Republic of Ireland, as we would say. So I think the difficulty with this kind of panel is that we're still largely in the dark of where this is all going to pan out. But I do think that it's symptomatic of the way the government seems to be dealing with it, is that there is no real engagement with the industry on how to make sure that the most important aviation market in the EU is protected in terms of its ability to continue to drive the economic benefits. And so I think in brief, with 4 months to go, after 2 years, I don't think we're much further ahead in terms of clarity on this issue.
Thank you very much, Jim. Montserrat, how do you and your member airlines judge the situation? What points are you stressing in Brussels and in London as March 29th is just around the corner? Is it enough to buckle up our seatbelts, or should we be donning life vests or even putting on parachutes?
I don't know. The answer to that question is we don't know. The uncertainty is still so huge, and we're only 4 months to the deadline of Brexit implementation, which is March 2019. And that, I mean, I'm a very positive and optimistic person, but you need to be realistic here. And there is such a huge level of uncertainty. Yes, there is a deal now, as Jim mentioned, but the deal only mentions aviation in a very wide terms. I'm actually going to read the sentence that he was referring to. It says that the UK and the EU should agree to negotiate a comprehensive air transport agreement covering safety, security, air traffic control, consumer protection, and market rules for aviation companies. Yes, that's what we want. But we wanted that for, over 2 years. So, yes, it's very general, and it's not enough. And the problem, I think, is that, in my opinion, the EU has used time definitely as a negotiating weapon, and now this is becoming very, very serious. The UK proposed to request to keep the UK within the EASA, within the European Safety Agency, but the EU has ignored that request, so we still don't have certainty over that either. So this opens such a wide spectrum of possibilities that our airlines, the airlines I represent, which are 50 European airlines, are very worried about the situation. And I was to mention also, IATA produced a very comprehensive report, the study of the effects of the UK leaving the EU on airlines flying to and from the UK. And that is, I recommend everyone to read that document, because that is what looks like anything that may happen, all the possible scenarios, and then airlines can plan for those scenarios. And in that report, it's mentioned that in the case of no deal, there will be no time to negotiate a comprehensive agreement. And because the current deal needs to be approved by the UK Parliament in 2 weeks, and we don't know what's going to happen. It could not be, perhaps it's not going to be approved, perhaps there would be a second referendum, perhaps the UK would decide to take a position similar to Norway or Iceland, or perhaps there would be a lack of confidence in the current UK government and there would be elections. We don't know. Or perhaps the deal would be approved. But then the problem is the time, the uncertainty. This is where we are. I would like to read, we are actually producing, this is a paper that we are in my association going to produce next week. And we were thinking of, should we wait until the UK government says something? But, because we've been waiting and waiting, and there is no clear outcome of the process, then I think we should just publish it. And I'll give you one example. This is a quote from Martin Isler. He is Executive Vice President of Luxair. These guys fly 7 times a day between Luxembourg and London City Airport. So he says this is the most important route for Luxair, and should we lose traffic from one day to another, it would be catastrophic for us and our customers. And also, we are concerned about the validity of licenses and certificates of some of our exclusive suppliers for our Bombardier aircraft. Bombardier is in the room. Are UK-based. We procure numerous spare parts from the UK and use the UK training facilities. A hard Brexit would cause important and costly disruptions with our operators. This is just one airline. If you extrapolate, you can imagine the impact that may have in Europe.
Thank you very much. I think I'm putting on my parachute at this stage. The safety angle is one we can discuss. It's incredibly important. Everyone seems to assume it's going to get worked out, but you were talking about an agreement to agree, and I think I learned in law school it's hardly worth the paper it's written on, right? And there's so little time to do the details at any aviation agreement, whether safety or commercial relations, aviation rights would be involved. All right, let's turn from EU-UK aviation and look at post-Brexit aviation relations between the UK and the United States. There are some important developments on that front that I'll outline briefly and then turn to Dave and Mike to discuss and assess. So what's interesting is that in Washington tomorrow, Wednesday, there will be a negotiating round between the United States and the United Kingdom. The umpty-umpth in a series of negotiating rounds and digital video conferences between the two sides going back about a year and a half. The sense is that an agreement could be hammered out. It would be an agreement on an air services agreement and related memorandum of consultations that would govern US-UK aviation relations after Brexit occurs, after the UK is no longer a party, a member of, covered by the US-EU air transport agreement. Now, my understanding of the texts, which although seemingly being closely held, they all seem to be circulating very widely throughout the aviation community. I've seen them, and seen them from sources on both sides of the Atlantic. The text of the agreement very closely, almost word for word, follow the US Open Skies template. Consistent with that, the standard nationality clause, and this whole issue of ownership and control has been by far the most difficult issue in the negotiations. The standard nationality clause is in the authorization agreement, in the authorization article in the agreement. What that means is that only those airlines that are owned and controlled, substantially owned and effectively controlled by nationals of the UK or the US respectively, have rights to operate. There is, however, an annex to the agreement which has legal force, or will have legal force, that appears to grandfather those UK airlines that, as of some magic date, past or present, or in the near future, that have been received authority from the US Department of Transportation to operate. So that could be Virgin Atlantic, it could be BA, it could be Norwegian Air UK. The agreement would allow ownership and control of those airlines to be by the standards in the US-EU agreement, namely by any combination of EU citizens. A further complication then is that grandfathering in the annex is subject to a couple subparagraphs in the annex that subject grandfathering to limits. Future changes in ownership or control of grandfathered UK airlines could subject their rights to operations, their right to operate to the United States to review by the Department of Transportation, and at least legally to possible revocation or restriction. Final couple points. I understand that the agreement does not contain some of the add-on provisions that were included in the US-EU agreement at the EU's request. For example, there's no Article 17 bis, labor article, in the US-UK draft agreement, although there is apparently a sentence in the draft memorandum of consultations that endorses the upholding of high labor standards. There's also nothing in the agreement, no annex, that grants UK airlines special access to US Fly America traffic. That's one of those great American protectionist schemes that means that government employees, I was one for 31 years, have to travel on US flag carriers, or at least have US flag carrier tickets. Exceptions were made for Switzerland and Japan back in 2010. But none apparently will be included in the US-UK agreement, which is sort of interesting. In any event, that's a summary of where I understand things stand at the present time. Dave Semanchak, what is your assessment of the results that can be expected in Washington tomorrow? And rather than donning life jackets, it sounds to me that passengers on the transatlantic can sit back and enjoy a smooth landing. Is that your view?
I think you can put the parachute away, yes. It's wonderful to be here, first of all. Thank you for the invitation. Coming from the US, we have a much less complex issue with the UK, and so I think it is already easier to be solved. But the first thing I would like to say is that whether or not there is an agreement, both sides have an established understanding that there's a commitment to the continuity of air services in the market, and there's a commitment to the continuity of the incumbent operators. And I will just make a point that often the US allows air services between itself and another country, even when there is no agreement in place at all. And that's done on the basis of comity and reciprocity. So essentially, we all get along together. If there's no issues that are adverse to US aviation interests, some limited services would be allowed. And that's happened actually fairly recently. So if there is no agreement, that is a way in which air services would continue to operate until such time as an agreement would be in place. Now, having said that, based upon what John has just laid out, the major issue has been ownership and control, as you can tell. In the US-EU agreement, there is the European Community Carrier concept that allows ownership and control in and among EU nationals and EU airlines. When you take the UK out of that, normally one would consider that the ownership would have to then follow, that UK carriers would have to be owned and controlled by UK nationals. But the annex, which is part of the agreement, put in an annex for legal reasons, but will effectively operate as a part of the agreement like no other, will allow the incumbents to continue their service under the continued ownership limits. And the concern, and that's been sort of an understanding for a while, but the concern that is not yet resolved is exactly to what extent changes in ownership going forward would be decided now or decided on a case-by-case basis later. Another note, the US has an established procedure where it can look on a case-by-case basis using the public interest considerations in the US aviation law to allow waivers of nationality clauses where all of the parties involved are in an open skies agreement with the US. So there is not reason, I think, to don the life jackets because of these various ways out to allow the incumbents to continue to operate. But from the airline pilot perspective, the people I represent, ownership and control is always a main concern for us because it ultimately goes to who in management decides what flying our pilots will do versus what flying another airline's pilots may do, particularly if they're in a common ownership structure. So I'm happy to talk much more about that at a different time, perhaps over a beverage in the back of the room later. But those are some of the concerns that we typically have.
Thank you very much. So I'm happy to be pulling off half my life jacket when I'm flying across the Atlantic, but then strapping it back on when I go from London to Berlin. Mike, at a CAPA conference back a year ago in October, you and I discussed, the panel was about, well, guess what? Brexit. And at that time, you stressed the importance to airlines of predictability and noted that the United States and the UK have never really had a very easy aviation relations, all the way back to 1946, I guess, in Bermuda I. What's your view of the likely US-UK agreement that Dave, or that we've described here, or discussed here? What, if anything, does the agreement tell us about the Trump administration's approach to international aviation?
Oh, well, I don't know about that second one.
And you're free as an Obama administration employee to be just as honest as you wish to be.
Well, you know, I would start by observing that it's an unusual negotiation when the best case outcome is status quo. Usually you go into a negotiation to try to improve on the regulatory regime. But I think as our first panel this morning pointed out, I think all three of the economic presentations pointed out there is this headwind out there potentially called protectionism. And this is perhaps part of that headwind. Can congratulations. We're going to initial a deal tomorrow that keeps the relationship exactly as it's always been. You and I have been on panels together going back much further than last year. Certainly 10 years ago, we would have been, and probably were, on a panel discussing the US-EU agreement that had recently been signed. I guess it must be 11 years old now. And there was supposed to be a next step to that, which was further liberalization, getting rid of things like the Fly America Act, looking at ways to allow cross-border mergers, attacking the famous cabotage, foreign ownership control. And none of those issues have really gone anywhere, and I think the prospect of them actively being debated now is pretty close to zero. So I think maybe one of the headlines is tyranny of low expectations. We've managed to sign an open skies agreement. Congratulations.
A moment about the headwinds of protectionism. I think that's a big elephant in this room. It's one that concerns me deeply. Less from what's happened in aviation in the United States. It looks like, at least in deed, if not in word, the Trump administration continues to negotiate open skies agreements. I think they reached one with Barbados or someplace like that recently. There are a few more. And that's good from my perspective, an open skies lover. Is protectionism in aviation something that, protectionism, we mean more restrictions, more national-driven limits, protecting our carriers at the expense of maybe broader market liberalization and growth. Are you concerned about this? Jim, first.
Look, I think there's always a tendency of governments to try and protect their national carriers. I think what's interesting in Europe at the moment is that you have a clear process of consolidation going on. And yet you still have governments who are desperately trying to prop up their carriers. And I think Alitalia is always the example of choice, where clearly you have a bankrupt airline that has been continuing to operate on the basis of almost another billion euro of state support. And yet you've got a state aid policy in Europe, which is supposed to be very strict in these situations. So, you know, I think there does continue to be protectionism, particularly in Europe. I think in the US, yes, it's very welcome that the US it looks like it's going to conclude an open skies agreement. I think it would be inconceivable that they wouldn't have an agreement with the UK. But I think, to Mike's point, that it's basically just status quo is an indication that no further advancement is going to be made, and there's this kind of entrenchment. The other one that just to spend a minute on is when you look at what happened to Norwegian in the US before the Trump administration, one could wonder how much of their financial situation at the moment is due to that delay in them getting the traffic lights for the US. So I think it's always an issue in the aviation industry.
Montserrat, airlines, although they sometimes spout a liberal view, really there's a lot of zero-sum thinking in airlines. The passenger that my competitor carries is one I won't be carrying. There was some posturing early on, about a year ago, among some European airlines that formed in a group called, I think, the Platform for something or the other. I think it included Lufthansa and Air France, setting out rather strict rules for what a Brexit aviation relation should be, and it seemed a little less than the status quo. Your views on protectionism and whether some airlines in Europe will see this as an opportunity to gain a competitive advantage vis-a-vis, say, British Airways or Ryanair or EasyJet?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the questions, because I'm sure all the others hear what you say, but here is very, very bad noise, very nice sound. So perhaps
do you see protectionism? Do you see some European airlines seeing a possible advantage in Brexit offering them a chance to gain a competitive advantage vis-a-vis, say, British competitors like EasyJet and British Airways?
Well, some of course have the means to do it, like IAG. Well, IAG could very easily decide whether they want to be a British airline or a Spanish airline. They can do that. I mean, it's something that is doable. Some of the other airlines, the majority of the other European airlines, they just can't choose. It's just not like that. So definitely ownership and control is something that is one of the most important topics after Brexit. You know, what's going to happen with the UK-owned airlines, and are they going to be discriminated versus all the European airlines? Also, because we can't forget, UK is not, I mean, it won't be European Union, but it'll still be Europe. So why not, you know, perhaps thinking of a possibility of a system similar to the Norwegian system, or Iceland, or Swiss. They're still European countries, not part of the European Union, and there's still there's free movement of passengers, and I mean a number of agreements that can facilitate business a lot, and especially not damage the passengers. The current ownership and control rules in Europe are not over-protectionist, I understand, because we only need 51% of the shares need to be European, the rest could be Chinese or American. But then, are we considering the UK from now on, after Brexit, a complete foreigner out of the Eurozone, just because it's not part of the EU 27? It's another uncertainty of the process. But I understand the UK wants to keep the status quo on that particular point as well, obviously.
Dave, Mike, views on, Dave?
Sure. So you asked a question about protectionism and is it rising, and what are our views. To me, one side of the coin could be called protectionist, but the other side of the coin is called enforcement of existing agreements. And where we come out is that we have these extraordinarily liberal agreements that the US calls open skies. And that means fifths and sixths for passengers and up to sevenths for cargo, free pricing, unlimited frequencies, unlimited designations, and several other elements that are sort of the hallmarks of open skies. So with that, to me, it's hard to say that allows for a protectionist environment until such time as we find that one party or another may be violating the agreement. In open skies agreements and non-open skies agreements that the U.S. has with the world, there is always the clause about the fair and equal opportunity of carriers on both sides to compete. And so often when there's a suspected violation, the people involved, the carriers or sometimes labor unions like ours, will say that we think that that particular fair and equal opportunity to compete clause is being violated. And what's remarkable is that there has of late been action. Usually governments act in a more or less glacial pace, but there has been action to try to enforce some of the agreements. But I do not take that as being protectionist. I take that as a sign that the system is working as intended. One other point to make quickly, and I'm sure you'd like to jump in on that too. Thank you, Jim, for raising Norwegian. It's the Norwegian case in the U.S. occupied a fair bit of my life. And so just a reminder about that. The labor clause called Article 17 bis that was in the second stage agreement was, and this is purely my view, a creative way to deal with the concept of pan-European airline ownership and control. Since there is no pan-European labor law, despite exploring that idea in many forums and panels like this one that were set up for the express purpose of looking at what the labor effects would be of a more liberalized agreement. The idea was to come up with language that recognized benefits of high labor standards and that acknowledged that the parties did not intend that such labor standards would be undermined in the implementation of the agreement. So there was great optimism, I think, on both sides, and certainly on airline labor side, that was a meaningful clause. It was put to the test in the Norwegian case. I will spare you the 3 years of DOT litigation over it. and afterward. But it may be subject to differing interpretations by different people as we sit here today. But from labor's view, it is a very important set of language, and it's something that I think we view as an opportunity to build on. So where we go with that, I don't know. I am not optimistic that the US-UK agreement that John sketched out will fit the bill in any way, shape, or form, but it is useful language for us to look towards the future to build upon.
Mike, maximum 1 minute, and then we're going to turn to questions from the audience. Any comments on this theme that you actually opened up?
So I think it's important that the regulations keep pace with what's going on in industry. So open skies is clearly better than what used to be there before, but it's not as liberal as what was envisioned. So if you look at what US carriers are doing and what European carriers are doing, so you have companies like BA and Lufthansa that are making acquisitions. They're growing their market through acquisitions. In the US, that's really not an option at this point. So you've had about as much consolidation, I think, as you can have. The carriers are making a lot of money. So what are they going to do with that money? Are they going to just buy their stock back, give big dividends, or are they going to grow their business? They can't grow organically. You would normally do that through acquisitions, and I think they're being excluded from that opportunity in the current regulatory scheme. Final point.
I think we've had a good setting of the table for your questions. Who's got one? And I see one right here. If we've got a mic coming up. Please identify yourself, if you could, when you ask a question.
Certainly. Philip Saunders from Travelport, and a British citizen, unfortunately, with no second EU passport. My question is this. Obviously, in Britain, we have a delicate situation with a deal that may well not get through Parliament. And although we hope that our parliamentarians will be responsible enough to avoid a hard Brexit, it's becoming increasingly likely. I know there's uncertainty, but if the panelists had to give an educated guess of what actually will happen on the 20th of March, if it's the right day, and then 6 months later, could you give us your best estimate, please, of what will actually happen?
Start with Jim.
Best estimate, it's going to be postponed, prolonged, probably for another 2 years before there's any kind of certainty, and potentially beyond that for the finer details.
Montserrat?
I think the transition period will be carried over because there are people needs, there are citizens needs, business needs, families, so I think it'll be postponed.
Absolutely no idea.
Another question. Yes, here in front. Microphone is coming. Real quick. Thank you.
Charles Manjon, Air Malta Chair. It seems a done deal or a non-deal that it will be a hard Brexit, therefore there won't be any deal. That's what we are assuming here today. In such an event, if there are old ASA agreements which have not been revoked between the EU and EU states and the UK, do you think that those ASA agreements can be revived again?
Jim, that sounds like a legal question to you first. Will the Netherlands-UK agreement pop back up into existence?
Yeah, for sure. I think where they haven't been revoked, they can be reignited. But I think the problem is that the current market access in a lot of cases is far beyond what the old ASAs would have provided for, so there'll be a significant gap if that happens.
I would suggest if anyone here would like to be hired by the British Department of Transport for its future bilateral negotiations, get your resume in.
Montserrat, anything on that point about the existing bilateral or the suspended bilaterals between EU member states and the United Kingdom?
No, I just hope things will carry on.
Okay. Another question, right here in front.
Andrzej Rode, Polish Airlines. North Atlantic traffic is driven by far more things than just UK, US agreement, it is driven also by joint ventures. And these joint ventures, they are subject to antitrust immunity. In that case, EU, US. What is your best guess? What will happen to joint venture between UK and US operators?
So there's something in these texts, I think in the memorandum of consultations between the United Kingdom and the United States that people are hoping, I think, will be blessed tomorrow in Washington, that essentially indicates an intention to continue the antitrust immunity, at least from the perspective of the U.S. regulatory authority, the U.S. Department of Transportation. And I know that the United Kingdom has begun with its competition authority a review of existing joint ventures, I guess on the assumption that DG Comp at some point is no longer going to be responsible for this. But my sense is, and from my discussions with lots of U.S. officials, is that the United States is not going to move to shake the antitrust immunity between BA and American Airlines or between Virgin Atlantic and Delta Airlines, for example, nor would this have any effect on Lufthansa United's joint venture and antitrust immunity. Is that an answer, or I can ask the panelists to provide better wisdom?
I think it's an interesting point because you do have a new sheriff in town now with the UK Competition Authority.
Yeah.
And if you're AABA, you've got a series of conditions already on your immunity that certainly will be reviewed, and I think they have a time-limited review from the EU side. So I'd be getting to know my new regulator if I were in that situation.
That's probably clear from the standpoint of UK and US, but the antitrust immunity covers Europe as well.
Right. Yes.
So DG Comp will be relevant here, I believe.
And is contingent on complete open skies. So you do have to, if you revert back to the old Netherlands agreement between the Netherlands and the UK, you potentially put that antitrust immunity as it is between KLM and Delta connecting at Heathrow at risk.
Another question here in front again. If you're in the back, really yell out and we'll catch you before we're finished.
Hey guys, Azim Barodawala from Volantio. Just a question, this is mainly for John and Michael. As an American and with a president who I guess at best can be called erratic, my question is, are there other individuals further down within the administration that in your minds are more of a, say, steady hand through this entire process? Because a lot of times when I follow what the president's saying, he seems to change position a lot on a variety of issues, and I'm sure that with respect to Brexit and aviation and things like that, he's also said a number of conflicting opinions. So I'm just curious as to your level of confidence that the Department of Transportation in the US actually does have capable, independent individuals who are managing this process.
We call them the deep state.
The president calls it the deep state of these bureaucrats like I was at the State Department, upsetting the plans of the highest levels. There are many very well-versed, capable, balanced individuals in the U.S. government, career and political, in the Trump administration, who recognize the value of aviation. We'll say that on the US-UK agreement, I was a little surprised that despite President Trump's strong endorsement of Brexit, his known antipathy towards the European Union and multilateralism as institutions, that the agreement the British appear to be getting from the United States is really a little less beneficial than the agreement we negotiated with Switzerland back in 2010. I mean, Swiss, great country, great airline, part of the Lufthansa group, but the Brits are not getting everything that's the Swiss got. About 95% of it, 95, 98%, but there's a little difference, and that surprised me a little bit. I thought maybe the Trump administration would reward the United Kingdom for its courage in leaving the EU with a beneficial, quick agreement, and it was a very difficult negotiation. Mike?
Yeah, it's just
Dave?
probably worth mentioning that the Open Skies policy has been endorsed by Democrat administrations, Republican administrations for 25 years. So I think we'd all be a little surprised if there's too much deviation from the main template.
Dave, one last comment from you, and then our time's up.
I just wanted to endorse what John said, that the career level people at the State Department and at the Department of Transportation are really superb, very thoughtful, very smart people who I can sleep at night knowing that they're helping sort of run the operation, as it were. And the political people who've been recently appointed on top of them also are quite well versed in aviation and understand the issues.
Thanks. Thank you, audience. Thank you, panel, for a great presentation. In my view, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you very much to you too, John, for handling that so admirably. Thank you, panel. I wish we had another couple of hours to talk about it. I mean, the takeaway I have from that is, well, from the European point of view, nothing's going to happen for a while. But at the same time, obviously, the underlying issue there is just, well, that seems to be what it's like, but we have businesses to run, we have employees, we have a whole lot of related businesses as well in the travel industry, for example, which depend on air services continuing, and we don't know what's going to happen. That's obviously totally unsatisfactory. Moving on to our next presentation, a keynote. There are one or two characters in the aviation industry who stand out head and shoulders above the rest, and one of those is Carsten Spohr, who's chairman and CEO of Lufthansa, and he's going to come and address us on a very important issue, if you would. Carsten.
Yeah, Peter, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the whole, I think, German aviation community, not just on behalf of Lufthansa, thanks for joining us here in Berlin. Thanks for holding your World Aviation Summit here in Berlin. I know it's a little bit difficult to get here, but that's also well known in other capitals, Peter. Canberra, Brasilia. But once you get here to the airport, you right away realize you have arrived at the third largest economy in the world. I'm sure that's what went through your mind when you arrived at the airport. And if you leave that behind on a more serious note, I think Berlin is a great place to talk about globalization, because indeed globalization has gotten a major input from what happened in this city, what happened at the wall just a few k's away from here, but also the way Berlin changed wouldn't have been possible without the global trends around us in the 80s when it all started. And that's, I think, once you're here, it's a wonderful place to discuss, in all modesty, how our industry has contributed to consolidation, to globalization. We'll come to consolidation in a minute, to globalization, but also, of course, how globalization has contributed to our industry changing so much over the last years and growing so much over the last years. And I would like to spend a few minutes on that, if you allow, of course, including a little update on what we believe we as Lufthansa, as a group, can contribute and do contribute. We're quite proud as Lufthansa as well to have you here in Berlin, because Berlin is the birthplace of the old Lufthansa, of the first Lufthansa which was operating before World War II. In 1926, Lufthansa was founded here in Berlin. And the way it was founded is there were three basically bankrupt small German airlines at the time, and the German government decided we need to have one healthy airline, and they put the three airlines together and took the colors of the three airlines together, that was yellow and blue, and took the crane from the third airline and put it all together, and that was Lufthansa. And even in those days, our pioneers had quite a vision when it comes to Asia. Peter, you will like this part. It was only a few weeks after the company was founded, we sent 2 Junkers on an expedition flight to Beijing. And it took the pilots 3 weeks to get there, arrived there safely with one of the aircraft. One had to be left behind. And that, those days, I think, was very visionary to believe that one day Asia will play a role in global aviation. And I think nothing shows that more that nowadays the Lufthansa Group flies to Beijing not in 3 weeks, but in 8 hours, and we do that 4 times a day. And in the meantime, indeed, Asia Pacific has, due to globalization, become the future center of aviation. And of course, CAPA has developed as well, Peter, in those years. And I think it's a very visionary thought that only a few people had in those days, that one day aviation could be the engine of globalization for this globe. And as I said, we in Lufthansa are proud for our historical participation in this. And of course, in all modesty, we're proud about our current role. And that puts me in the middle of my speech, aviation as the global engine of globalization. Let me focus on 2 aspects today. First, on the mega trends, which is changing our industry, which is having an impact on our industry. And secondly, since you have your first summit here in Berlin, a few words about the current European developments in European air travel and the challenges we have to cope with. When it comes to mega trends, it's obvious, as you all know, regardless where in the world you're coming from, that global air travel has grown more or less twice the speed of the underlying GDPs around the world, which of course is resulting in 2-digit growth in Asia Pacific, a little less in markets, but in Germany, interesting enough, in Central Europe, nevertheless with 6 to 8% over the last years. And I think there's 3 various elements of inputs into this. One is, of course, globalization itself. One is the demographic change we see in our societies, especially in the mature societies, and also, of course, you cannot have a speech nowadays without the buzzword digitalization. Let's focus on the first megatrend, though, globalization. For us in our industry, maybe sometimes still difficult to understand, but unfortunately, reality is the fact that globalization is not really on this globe a positive word anymore. There always have been critics of globalizations on the left and extreme right of the political spectrum. But lately, the huge wave of criticism has come over this topic of globalization and how good it does to the world population. And I think some industries surely have to take part of the blame for that. If you look at the financial industry, I think it's a good example where if you talk to the people on the street, only few really benefited from the global financial industry and many had the disadvantages. For us in aviation, I think it's fair to say we are beyond that doubt. We are the good guys in globalization. And I don't think we talk about that often enough. We are an industry which loves to talk about its problems in public, fighting each other, be it unions, or be it competitors, or be it airports against airlines, all kind of frontiers in this industry, but we hardly ever talk about our role, which is such a positive one, especially if you compare it to other industries. We indeed bring people together, we connect cultures, we connect people, we create therefore not just cultural exchanges but also the international understanding which is really the glue of globalization in this world. And I think we do make globalization more understandable, more approachable and more human. And to be part of that, and let's also talk to my staff about this a lot, is something we should all be proud of. And if I talk about my own vita, there were 2 experiences in my life which stand out and made me, on the one hand, a European citizen, on the other hand, a global one. I was traveling through Europe at those days by train for weeks as a student, and even before that, I went to the US as an exchange student on a Lufthansa flight, of course, and that was what made me more global in my experience living in the US at those days for a whole year as an exchange student. And I'm still, when I talk about this, I look back at that experience, where, by the way, my parents had to put together 1,500 German marks at the time to fly me one way to San Francisco. Nowadays, even in euros, you can fly there 3 times for that money. Just as at those days, we flew to San Francisco 3 times a week as Lufthansa, and now we fly there 3 times a day. And I'm not that old, so quite a big increase of traffic just from that little example. Therefore, if we talk about Lufthansa, and I heard part of the discussion before, we don't consider ourselves a German airline anymore. We consider ourselves an airline group, a European airline group. And indeed, we have bought companies like Swiss and Austrian and Brussels Airlines, Italian Airlines. We are a major shareholder in a Turkish airline. I think this European success, which we as a company stand for, but the European economy stands for, has only been possible by open borders in Europe. And if this core element of globalization in Europe hadn't happened, there wouldn't be European players like us or my friends in London who are playing in the same league, I think. And I think it's also part of the truth that there is a contribution we are giving towards Europe, 4,000 flights alone every day connecting Europeans with each other, and giving, of course, work to more than 100,000 people in Europe, on top 40,000 people outside of Europe. But also the other way around, our size, our success wouldn't have been possible without the business of Europe now being our home market. Yeah? There would be no room for a German airline with 800 aircraft as we are now. This is only because we were able and allowed, through the regulatory framework, to consider Europe our home market. And therefore, I believe also, as a German national, as I am, there is a reason to give something back to those European countries which have, of course, with their markets, contributed to European players like Lufthansa evolving. I think it's one of the big discussions we have in Europe, and also there, I think we as an industry, being such an engine of Europeanization, need to speak out louder in a self-confident way, knowing about what we do for Europe, as we do it for globalization, but also what we take back, of course, from this. That's one of the reasons we changed our slogan just a few months ago from, historically, for many years we used, "There is no better way to fly." We changed that to "Say yes to the world," even though there is still no better way to fly. Say yes to the world, I think, was our basically mission towards, again, what we are part of, what made us successful, but also, I repeat myself here, what we contributed to being a success, making this world a smaller place. The second megatrend, ladies and gentlemen, is the demographic change. When I started at Lufthansa as a young engineer 20 years ago, my boss would call us a business traveler airline. And then, of course, we would fill the airplane back at the bus with tourists or people traveling on private interest. Nowadays, the other way around. 3/4 of our passengers are traveling for leisure, for private motivation, and only a quarter, and that's a higher share than most other airlines in the world, is still corporate travel. And that is not just the business model of Lufthansa, that just shows how the demographic change is happening. People just nowadays get older, they stay fit longer, have more money available in many parts of the world, they travel more often, and at the same time they work less. And that all combined gives us a totally new spectrum of customers than what a legacy carrier historically has been known for. And of course, the third mega trend is digitalization for anybody running a corporate business nowadays. But I think compared to many of my peers, at least in the European or German top industries, we can be quite happy that what we are doing in the very core of what we do, surely in our lifetime cannot be replaced through any digital mean. And if you're nowadays running a bank or run an insurance company or you're running a trading company, that is not a sentence you probably would ever say. But transporting somebody from A to B with the speed of sound, more or less, is just something incomprehensible besides doing it with airplanes as we operate them. And if you look at the newest aircraft being developed in Toulouse or in Seattle, more or less they look the same as those in the past. So also our children probably will travel more or less in similar means of transport. And therefore, digitalization for us is more around the, of course, edges of our business. How do we interface with the customers? How do we maintain our aircraft? How do we deal with each other? How do we deal with airports in the future? I think we're a long way from optimizing our digital interface with our service providers, be it air traffic control or airports. But in the very core of what we do, we're one of the probably least replaceable industries when it comes to digitalization. And as obviously a company with our history can only be successful when we combine our legacy with modernization. And that's why this year, which is one of the most successful years in our industries, we named it's the year of the 100 years of the crane, of our symbol, which I mentioned before, which is older than our airline itself, where we are trying to prove to our stakeholders, be it our customers, our staff, or be it our shareholders, that there is no need in our industries, as modern as it is, to bypass legacy. And if you would be at a conference like this 5 years ago, I probably wouldn't have been invited. Tim Clark would be here, and Akbar. And they would talk about the future of the air travel, and that Air France and British Airways and Lufthansa missed the bus, and it's now all happening in Dubai, where 2/3 of the world population live in a circle of 6, all these speeches. And the legacy guys are back, not just at this conference. And there is a world where obviously Emirates, Qatar, those players will be a player in this industry for good. I think they have shown an amazing job in starting from scratch and creating brands, creating players in these industries. But the legacy guys, at least those who have done their homework, are not just back, they are still the biggest in the world. The 4 biggest fleets in the world are the 3 legacy carriers in the US, and in all modesty, the Lufthansa Group with 800 aircraft. So I think there's room for all of us, and the same is true for low cost. If you were at a European conference a few years ago, it was all about short range will just be done by the low cost guys, and in the end, we're all working for Michael. It hasn't happened either. Surely, again, great job done, at least in the 2 big players, which I think will be around. Others probably will disappear quickly, in my view. But in the end, we all have found answers to these new ways of travel and are by far the largest still in this continent. So I think this is not about either history or future. If you do your homework, as we all should be in this industry, this is one of the many industries, especially for a company which is based in Germany. It's a very good example of how you keep your tradition alive, modernize, and are able to face the challenges of the future. And that's what we are trying to do. Let's talk a little bit about current developments in global air travel. Again, you all know this. We are now more or less at 65 million jobs in this industry around the world. And if you take that as equivalent to global GDP, we are somewhere between 3.6 and 3.7%. Just in the last 5 years, as I mentioned before, basically every year global aviation has grown with twice the factor of global economic growth. And it's more or less visible now that you have 3 major players in every part of the world. There's 3 Chinese airlines evolving, being global players. There surely have 3 American airlines been evolving over the last years, being global players. There will be 3 from the Gulf or respectively from the Bosporus, which will play a role in the Middle East. And there most likely will be 3 major European network carriers, or group of network carriers. And on top, you have 1 or 2 low-cost guys, be it in the US or be it over here. And obviously, our job in Lufthansa as a European player is to make sure the company is fit enough to play in this league of global Champions League players in our industry. And the big requirement, and it's all we're asking, and Michael was referring to that, Michael Whittaker, is if this needs to be an open competition, it needs to be a fair competition. And as long as these 2 elements are in sync, any of us need to do their homework to be competitive in that global environment. Again, in an industry which gives enough growth for all of us, with twice the GDP growth, at least in the last years. For us, with 140,000 people, we needed to set the company up in the right structure to be able to keep it manageable. What we have done is we basically created 3 pillars. The biggest pillar is our network airlines, which is Swiss, Austrian, and of course Lufthansa. More or less 550 aircraft in 4 hubs, where we are really competing with the global environment. And then besides that, we set up a new pillar with a secondary brand called Eurowings, where we have more or less 200 aircraft trying to fight the low-cost point-to-point competitors in Europe, and some low-cost long-range as well. And third, and maybe the most global pillar of Lufthansa, is our service companies, where we are maintaining by now every 5th aircraft in the world, or every 5th meal cooked somewhere in the world for an aircraft comes from Lufthansa Technik, respectively LSG. And on top of that, we created a large training company and IT companies, because we believe there's sometimes more money to be made working for an airline than working in an airline. So broadening the value chain has been part of what we've been trying to do successfully, and with ownership restrictions probably not fading away fast. If you want to be a real global player, you've got to be doing something else than flying, because flying will always be more or less restricted as flying to and from your home markets, I think, for the foreseeable future. Whereas other global players in and from Germany and other industries, of course, have moved their production towards their customers in other parts of the world. That's what we're trying to do with maintenance and catering, and therefore are much more global there than we are with the core airline itself. And as I already mentioned before, it's obvious that what happened in the US towards consolidation, in my view, is leading the way for other parts of the world as well. Personally, as somebody who lived in the States for a few years, we will not see the same level of consolidation, because here in Europe, brands still matter a lot. Even now, 10 years after buying Swiss, our passengers love the Swissness of Swiss and don't want it to interfere with the Germanness of Lufthansa and the Austrianness of Austrian Airlines. So I think there is room for more brands in Europe than there is in the US, and we will work on that, but nevertheless, there is way too many players in Europe. And we have seen 6 airlines go bankrupt in Europe just in the last months, in years when IAG and Lufthansa had record results. So we're not talking about a crisis here, and still these airlines cannot survive. It's obvious that consolidation will act further and happen further. And surely we as Lufthansa want to be part of that also in the future, but, and there is where consolidation and growth go hand in hand, we need to find a way that the blind growth of the last years is turned into a more qualitative growth in the future. And that is the concern I have for our industry in Europe, putting even the success of our own company beside for a moment. I'm much more concerned about the industry in general. In the last 10 years, the air travel in Europe has grown by 50%. And it's very obvious the infrastructure cannot cope with it. And it doesn't matter if the infrastructure is providing enough airplanes for us as airlines or providing enough engines for the OEM manufacturers who provide the airplanes to us, or it's infrastructure on the ground, where at the biggest German airport you sometimes stand in line at the security check for 90 minutes on a Monday morning, or if it's the infrastructure, which I'm actually most worried about, in the airspace, where due to very insufficient structures, we are basically applying in our schedules more flights than the air traffic control system can cope with, at least in the structures which it has today. So as an airline, we're doing two things. We try to put public and political pressure on the whole system, which actually resulted in a big summit a few weeks ago in Germany, where we all look at each other, including the major politicians, that things have to change. And surely that needs to happen in Brussels as well. And of course, we have to do our own homework. Homework means we have to be able to integrate the capacities of Air Berlin, which was basically 77 aircraft which had to be handed over overnight. We surely underestimated the complexity of that, I have to admit, and it took us almost a year to get all these aircraft in and to find crews and hire crews and train crews. And I think the last livery change will be done next week, so there's still Air Berlin aircraft flying around, at least by color. And on top of that, of course, we have done our homework from the learnings of this summer beyond the Air Berlin experience. We have decided to hire more staff just for recovery of service levels, 800 people just for that next summer. We will have a double-digit number of aircraft just acting as reserves for delays. And we actually decided even to buy old design 320neos because they are to be delivered much faster than the CEOs we're actually waiting for, just to have more aircraft capacity standing by. But sometimes shortage goes down to spare parts in engines. That's how far we have put this industry to the edge. Nevertheless, I think there will be all efforts from all parties involved to stabilize flight operations, but more important probably is to have a more rational approach to growth. We in Lufthansa believe there's room for growth at maximum twice the GDP growth, which is why we have lowered our growth for next year more or less to 3.8%, which happens to be exact twice the GDP growth adjustments or assumptions for our home markets. And we also have growth being brought down for this winter, which of course is something where it's less an issue compared to the summer peaks we're having on this part of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to an end, I think any airline, and probably any business in this industry, but surely any airline, long-term can only be successful if we create the right stability between the interest of our customers, the interest of our staff, and the interest of our stakeholders. And in my view, that's what we as top management are measured by. How do you create long-term sustainability by balancing these three? And any who only went for one stakeholder, in the end didn't reach sustainable success. It didn't work in Abu Dhabi, where it was all about the customer. It didn't work in Air Berlin, where it was all about the staff. And it doesn't work in Dublin, where it's all about the shareholder. In the end, all of us will need to create that balance to be standing back against the wall as a self-confident industry who can face their customers, face their staff, and face their shareholders alike. I think that's the ultimate goal or the ultimate art we all have to strive for. And on top of that, the more successful we as an industry get, the more healthy we financially get. It was mentioned in the panel before, the US carriers leading the way here, at least for the last years, making more money than ever, and also for us, we have reached profit levels we haven't heard of before. I think the more there will be a fourth stakeholder claiming to be taken care of. And that's the world around us. Be it environmental topics, be it political issues, be it corporate social responsibility issues. I think this industry, at least the healthy part of this industry, has matured in a way that we cannot just take care of our own problems and justify that. That's a nice problem to have, you might say, if you compare that with 10 years ago or the years after 9/11 we all have been through. Nobody expected us to take care of anything else but us, because we were busy enough trying to do that. But I think, at least for the leading companies in this industry, that is not enough anymore. And I think, coming back to my initial opening, that I think we are not self-confident enough about the positive role we are playing for globalization. I think in the same way where there is room for more self-confidence, there needs to be room for more responsibility towards those stakeholders outside of our industry. And that's another reason why we have chosen this slogan, say yes to the world, because it also means have a positive approach to what's happening around us and not just take care of our own company. In the year where we celebrate 100 years of our symbol, the crane, that's something which made us proud. And I think all of us in this room who work in this fascinating industry should be proud of the positive role we are playing for this global megatrend number one, globalization. This industry surely has lost some of its exclusivity. It has lost some of its pioneering spirit compared to 1926, when it took 3 weeks to fly to Beijing, but it hasn't lost any of its excitement. And again, I think all of us, being part of this aviation family, should work on that pride, should work on justifying that pride, playing a major role, and should be proud of the contributing factor we are playing to make this world, the only one we have, a smaller world. And it's great to be part of this, and thanks for having me, not celebrating ourselves, but celebrating our contribution to this role. And that's, I think, what keeps us all together in this industry, which so many others who are not in the industry are envying us for working in it. It's a nice position to be in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Carsten. Please join me for a few minutes. Great. Do you like to take a seat? Or?
I'm happy to stand also.
All right. Or do we have to do it? Do it? We're in Germany after all.
You're so formal in Australia.
Incidentally, I have to say, we do still invite Tim and Akbar.
I know that. They probably have gotten the tweet from you already. I know that, but
maybe not James, though.
All I'm saying is we are happy to be back also being invited.
We're delighted to have you with us.
I was just with Akbar in Madrid. No, I think there was this exaggeration and it hurt us. You can tell by my talking about it, not me personally, it hurt my staff. When it was all about the legacy guys is aviation of yesterday and the future is all in low cost and Middle East. That was difficult times for us. When you at the same time were coping with struggles the other guys don't have. In our case, it was a labor conflict. Of course, there is no labor conflict in the Gulf. And there's also no labor conflict at those days in low cost, because these are young, fast-growing companies, everybody being promoted fast, everybody being happy. So these were difficult years, and I'm sure the same would be true for IAG and Air France, to modernize your own company when everybody talks about that the future is somebody else. So that was difficult.
Well, maybe one way of looking at it is it's why you've got yourself into such a strong position now. The challenges you've come through, you've got a remarkable organisation now.
Yeah, but it was difficult, huh? We took 3.5 years for one labor conflict alone with the pilots. 29 days of grounding the whole fleet. And again, I talked about responsibility towards also the environment. The German economy without Lufthansa, in all modesty, doesn't work the way it should. So there was pressure from all sides, solve your problems. At the same time, you had that competitive pressure to bring your costs down, otherwise you're not going to be around long. So I don't mind those years being behind us.
Good. We were talking this morning before you came in about the prospect. There is a structural change in the industry which doesn't mean that it is now financially sustainable. That return on invested capital is something that airlines can reasonably aspire to. From what you were saying, Carsten, I wonder, are there two sets of airlines in that case? The airlines who are now established, who can be sustainable, and the ones who are outside that powerful position, are they much more at risk now because of that?
I clearly believe so, that there is a division between those who are sustainable because they're earning their cost of capital, able to invest into modern aircraft, and those who are not. We all know the same problem has been around for years. The entry hurdles for these industries are very low. As money is cheap, even lower now. The exit hurdles are too high. So if you talk about my preference of this industry moving forward, I think consolidation is much better than just new airlines popping up and additional aircraft coming to the market. I know my friend from Airbus is here and also from Boeing trying to sell us how many aircraft we all have to buy not to lose market share. They've done that so successfully over the last years that we all believed it. And
you've been very generous to them.
It's partly one of the reasons why airfares have come down so much. So I definitely prefer that healthy airlines are buying full airplanes rather than empty airplanes, which means consolidation versus organic growth. And of course, the second thing is, shall we buy airlines and basically give money to those who created them, even they shouldn't have been around in the first place? Or do we rather let them go bankrupt and then get them for free? The latest trend seems to be bankruptcy. And that, of course, has a positive signal to the industry because it creates less motivation to just found an airline, get some leased aircraft, and hope for a rich uncle to buy your company in a couple of years when you can sustain it on your own. In other industries, it works a lot better. Here, the emotional attractiveness of the industry also attracts money. And that, of course, creates all these new startups. And, of course, sometimes they fail before they even start operating. Others fail within the first couple of years. Others hang around longer. But that hurts the whole industry. Not just economically. I mean, the problem of our industry when it comes to quality is even if we charge sometimes 500, 600 euros for a ticket between, let's say, Frankfurt and Berlin, no, not that, Frankfurt and London, the 19 euro passengers are basically blocking the system just as much as a guy who spends 500. So when it comes to infrastructure, we can hardly put apart between those who are willing to pay more and those who go for 20 euros. The whole system this summer came to a bottleneck. Not just the guys who paid 20 euros, but also those who paid full fare business class tickets. So I think that is something where we bring down the image of the whole industry for those extra 1.3% growth, which is just being brought into the system with lower fares. Partly by us, by the way, as well, in Eurowings. I'm not trying to finger point anybody. But if you talk to somebody in Germany about his air travel experience of the last summer, it doesn't matter if he flies first, business, or economy class. He didn't have a happy summer. That's what hurts me, not to be able even to make those people happy who are willing to pay a higher price.
We've had, in talking about entry to the market, in Asia, obviously, there have been 20, 30 new airlines start up in the last decade, and of the airlines that have started up in the last 2 decades, they probably had half of the world's, the low-cost carriers, half of the world's narrow-body aircraft orders. Do you see your centre of gravity shifting towards Asia? Is that going to become a proportionately bigger market? When you talk about double 2 times GDP, is it going to be a bigger proportion, or are you more in the old world and the US New World?
No, it's obvious the fastest growing market also for Lufthansa is Asia, to and from Asia, which is twice the growth than the other long-range markets. And we're putting most of our growth there, starting new flights just as early as next March. From Munich, we're building another Asian network next to the Asian network we already have in Zurich and in Frankfurt. We're now building one in Munich. And it's obvious that that's where the major dynamic force is due to the demography. As I mentioned before, globalization, demographic change, and digitalization. All three play a bigger role in Asia than they play somewhere else. At the same time, not all these aircraft which were sold will be bought. That's obvious, and I'm sure Airbus and Boeing know that. I mean, some of these airlines were never going to be able to pay what they ordered, and Lufthansa and IAG is standing by to get good deals from Airbus and Boeing. They need to
but not you.
No, as well.
You've got a few as well.
Well, we ordered a few, but we didn't order as many as we need because we know there will be bargains out there.
Let's change subject. We don't have a lot of time, and I appreciate your being with us, Carsten. We are in Berlin, as you said, and Lufthansa started in Berlin. For various reasons, Berlin was not the financial center of Germany. You've established in the financial center, obviously, as well as Munich. Looking 5 or 6 years down the line, assuming the Brandenburg Airport becomes a sizable operation of more than just point-to-point operations, you'll have foreign carriers coming in here. Do you see Lufthansa as being pretty much obliged to start shifting your focus a little bit towards Berlin in the future because of the new Brandenburg?
Well, Berlin has been the fastest growing market also for Lufthansa Group in the last years. This is the fastest growing aviation market we have in Europe, especially after Istanbul and Moscow started to have problems, which were even on top of Berlin. That's out of the question. We were operating just 6 years ago only to and from our hubs, and now we have two-digit number aircraft, and we are the market leader in Tegel with more than 30% market share in Tegel. And we're happy for that position. Somebody else is market leader in Berlin-Schönefeld, and so it's among the two of us, 60%. The only question, of course, always being discussed is long range. And for long range in Europe, besides Paris and London, you need a hub. Mm-hmm. Nobody can fill a long-range aircraft in any European city without feeding it, besides Paris and London. None of our 200 wide bodies operating in Zurich, Vienna, Frankfurt, and Munich could take off commercially viable without being fed and defed. And that's why we just don't share that view that there needs to be a third hub in Germany. We already have two, which is more than you probably have in the country. There's one in France, one in the UK. We got two. Frankfurt and Munich, there won't be a third. And part of the success we have had in the past was having joint venture partners on the other side. So more than 70% of Lufthansa's turnover long range comes in joint ventures. So I'm sure we'll see more joint ventures partners flying to Berlin. Scoot is here, our partner Singapore Airlines. Air Canada is here, United is here. So that's part of the Lufthansa Group business model, and we are all participating in that, in those operations. But for the politicians in Berlin, that's just not Lufthansa, but that's how our industry works, and that's what my job is, to keep it working.
Well, good luck in that. I'm sure you will. But I mean, what I'm hearing from you is that for Lufthansa, Berlin is a point-to-point market. It's not, even as a reactionary thing 4 or 5 years down the track, if it becomes a hub for other airlines, it's not really the future for Lufthansa. You can't afford to move out of Frankfurt.
Again, we already have one more hub than in theory you would have per country. I mean, in theory, the best thing you can do is like Atlanta, having it all at one place, because by math, that creates most connections with the least aircraft needed. Already operating two hubs in that regard is suboptimal. We compensate by better quality. People don't like the mega hubs anymore. They prefer Munich and Vienna and so on. But for a country of our size, where even by train it takes nothing more than 7 hours from the two furthest cities to each other, establishing a third hub is just not realistic. And we already have two hubs beyond Frankfurt and Munich, which is Vienna and Zurich. So already 4 hubs is, for 200 wide bodies, probably quite an intellectual, challenging job we're doing to optimize that. And therefore, also of course, the catchment of Berlin, the city is very interesting, especially inbound. But if you look at the map around Berlin, there's not nothing else, which is even a problem in Munich. It's a great city, as a destination, as a home market, but then next to it there's nothing. Whereas in Frankfurt you have train connections to North Rhine-Westphalia, to parts of southern Germany, very, very efficient. So only because this is Berlin, where it all in Germany happened historically, not trying to deviate from the subject, after World War II, it was very obvious that the Allied forces made sure Germany will never have a central power again. And that was very healthy for Germany, I think, in many ways, culturally, politically, and also economically. That's what distinguishes us from all the other European countries, where basically there's always one central point of power, political and economically, like London and Paris. And we, for good reason, don't have that in Germany, which makes air travel a little bit more challenging than running a hub in London. I always tell Willy, when I retire, I want to have his job. That's wonderful. No, just kidding.
Well, maybe he's thinking about it.
That is a different way of optimizing a travel system. There is no London in Lufthansa. There is no Paris. We have to cope with that.
Carsten.
And a great place to visit, Berlin. So again, thanks for coming out here.
I totally endorse that, yeah. Thanks very much for joining us, and we will continue to invite you almost every time.
Only with Tim and Akbar next time.
All right, that's a deal.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks very much, Carsten. Carsten Spohr, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. No, a truly phenomenal, wouldn't say turnaround, but improvement over the last 5 or 6 years in the Lufthansa Group. And I think this gentleman's had a great deal to do with that. It's quite remarkable and extremely impressive to watch in a globalized marketplace. Okay, we have just one little thing before we go to coffee. I'd like to invite Rowan Lancer, who's our head of sales for CAPA, just to explain to you that we only do these events for fun. It's not our real business. We actually sell a lot of other products. So, Rowan, if you'd perhaps explain them to us. Let me just grab that for Carsten. Yeah.
Thanks, Peter. So just before we head out for our break, kindly hosted by Car Trawler, I'll just take a couple of minutes to update you on how our partners work with CAPA and how some organisations across the aviation industry can make more of your partnership. Is this my clicker? Nope. Green is good. Okay, the constantly changing nature of the global aviation industry, it's more and more important to stay connected with what's happening in your part of the world. CAPA, Centre for Aviation, provides you and your team access to the resources you need to stay in touch with what's happening and to enable you to make informed and educated strategic decisions. There are 4 key pillars, or 4 ways, if you like, in which you can stay in touch. Firstly, with our daily news feed, our news briefs. Secondly, with more in-depth analysis reports, data on a whole range of subjects in the aviation industry, and lastly, our events. Starting with our news briefs, all of our CAPA subscribers receive a daily news feed, and this can be customised and filtered to focus on your specific interest in the aviation industry or your geographic region. Out of the 350, 400 odd news briefs a day, you can configure that to receive just the information that's relevant to you or relevant to your different teams within your organisation. We also have an iPhone app or an Android app, so you can follow that on your phone. The second way that CAPA helps you to stay informed is through our analysis features. Now these are reports that delve more deeply into specific topics in the aviation industry. Our global team of experts, some of which are up the back here, offer independent, unbiased information and insights on the latest aviation trends across the globe. CAPA data. Most of our partners, one of which is the Lufthansa Group, we're happy to say, rely on access to the CAPA data, accurate information, and they use that as a resource. The CAPA platform itself, the website, houses easy to read, graphically displayed data on airlines and airports, things such as capacity, traffic, financial information, performance metrics and other network data. And a lot of this information can be exported into Excel for you to manipulate into your own into your own workings. In addition to some of this data, we house a couple of specific databases. Firstly, the fleets database, which focuses some pretty detailed information on 75,000 odd commercial aircraft globally. Our airport data suite, which focuses on airport charges, investment, construction in new and existing airports across the globe. And finally, our new CAPA MRO contracts and capabilities matrix, which houses some 53 different contract types across all of the ATA chapters. A really valuable information source in the CAPA platform is our profiles. We have detailed profile information on thousands of organisations, 3,500 airlines, 5,000 airports, and thousands of other suppliers, countries and regions where you can find really detailed information in terms of ownership, recent news and analysis, network, fleet information, and you can basically jump into a profile and catch up on their daily news and search for perhaps potential opportunities, etc. Within each profile, we house a fast facts report, which is essentially a really brief summary of that organisation and provides some really quick information in a couple of clicks, perfect for sharing with your colleagues or management. Or indeed your sales team, and a really good way to learn quite a lot of information really quickly about an organisation. Like all good data platforms, CAPA data can be channeled in through an API, so your IT teams can integrate your interfaces, your systems with CAPA data directly. The final way to partner with CAPA and get the most out of CAPA is through our events. We hold high-level events across the globe on topics in the aviation and travel industry. We hold specific low-cost carrier and regulatory events also. A really good way to catch up with your colleagues in the industry, a good opportunity for networking, and more importantly to learn about the latest industry trends and what's happening in the aviation world. Just finally, CAPA itself is a flexible and really friendly organisation. We work hard to listen to your needs and your feedback and act on those accordingly. So I'm around for the next a couple of days, so come out and see us out in the foyer there. I'm happy to show you through the system or talk about how we can partner more. Just finally, I'd really like to thank our partner Cartrawler for hosting the coffee break there, and come and say good day. Thanks. Do I click? Yep.
somewhere I've never been. I'll stop, kiss my blues goodbye, breathe until I soar outside my crazy nights and live a Riviera life. I'll stop, thank you for today. I'm sure that by candlelight I'll be alright and live a Riviera life. I'll live a Riviera life. The road can wind like my hidden hair bow. You clean my face so I can feel the breeze. And down below it's Monaco, and Mr. I don't know a soul. I'll drop off the keys at ballet, look out my window bay. One afternoon martini, wouldn't want it any other way. I'll stop, kiss my blues goodbye, breathe until I soar outside my crazy nights and live a Riviera life. I'll stop, thank you for today. I'm sure that by candlelight I'll be alright and live a Riviera life. So whenever my eyes get weary, I'm not fearing what life brings. Forever, when times make me teary, I'll know what I was meant to do. I've nothing at all to lose. I'll stop, kiss my blues goodbye, breathe until I soar outside my crazy nights and live a Riviera life. I'll stop, thank you for today. I'm sure that by candlelight I'll be alright and live a Riviera life. I'll live a Riviera life.
I took the perfect avenue down the road to both of you. Did I go Dutch? This is too much. With all the money in the world, you could never buy this girl quite enough. It will be tough. If romancing me with neons is something you should do, make the letters bright and luminous and blue, and get me waking up, shaking up, tangled up. You could be waking up, making up, tangled up. You can't be faking it, making it for my love. If all is tragedy, don't get me tangled up. I can't separate your sins. To me, you're acting like you're twins. This is a mess. Is this a test? How many guesses do I get till only one of you is left? You're quite the same. If love's the game, I want to see emotions color in the sky to the point it will make me wanna cry and get me waking up, shaking up, tangled up. You could be waking up, making up, tangled up. You can't be faking it, making it for my love. If all is tragedy, a no-no of a monumental kind. If playing with your string happens to be your thing, it's easy to say to both, oh, never mind.
Get me waking up, shake it up, tangle up. You could be quaking up, make it up, tangle up. You got me faking it, making it for my love. Before it's tragedy, don't get me tangled up. Tangled up. Tangled up. Tangled up. Baby, pass the aspirin. Something's gotta work. I know I did it to myself, but man, oh man, it hurts. That second last martini, the one who in doubt, real smooth, set me on a bender with nothing left to lose. I just can't apologize for what I did to myself. My bed's an ocean liner, and I can't call for help. Yeah, baby, it hurts a bunch. The girls got going and we had a munch. I promise on a dime, it's the last time I'll never have a liquid lunch. Yeah, baby, it hurts a bunch. The girls got going and we had a munch. I promise on a dime, it's the last time I'll never have a liquid lunch. I think I've got the symptoms and none of them will leave. They think that it's a party to laugh at all my grief. It must have been a doozy. I had 200 dreams. At least I found my pillow, 'cause I can't find my keys. It's hard to remember all of the events, but I must have paid the tab, 'cause all that's left is 50 cents. Yeah, baby, it hurts a bunch. The girls got going and we had a munch. I promise on a dime, it's the last time I'll never have a liquid lunch. Yeah, baby, it hurts a bunch. The girls got going and we had a munch. I promise on a dime, it's the last time I'll never have a liquid lunch. Maybe I can call the pharmacy. They'll bring something up too sweet. Some exotic medicine to cure my every ill with some kind of magic pill. I just can't apologize for what I did to myself. My bed's an ocean liner, and I can't call for help.
is nothing more than forced arrest. Let them comment of my cold behavior. Beauty has a price that's paid by greed. Where I am, I will stand alone. I don't need the money, I don't want for much. The hands, never will they moan. I'd rather you not love me before you want too much. Traveling, I do forget every single last regret. Solitarily, there is one quest. To my cause I will devote all my passion, note for note, to create and fill emptiness. Freedom that lies underneath, let it fall and let them breathe. Bodies are not meant to be so bound. I'm the dancer of the dance, let the socialize around. Let them love me when I'm not around. When they speak their words of my demeanor, I will let them fuel what they fire. Where I am, I will stand alone. I don't need the money, I don't want for much. These two hands, never will they moan. I'd rather you not love me before you want too much. Fading as I live in isolation. Information spreads that I have left. For them, let it be an education. Those who cherish me will not let them forget. Where I am, I will stand alone. I don't need the money, I don't want for much. These two hands, never will they moan. I'd rather you not love me before you want too much.
Mademoiselle Lemeur, et on lit dans la réception.
I feel a little lazy. I gotta make a plan. To live in a hotel is heaven and it's hell. I don't know where I stand. My life is but a rumor. They're flying When I'm blue or feeling sad, I'm immune to anything they do.
Where are you? We cannot find you. You are hiding. There are several people in the lobby. They cannot know what to do. They are waiting for you to tell them some kind of story.
Cause when I fall in love, you will see the moon and every star declaring from above. One day, the world will feel a spark. Feel it in the day and in the dark. The day it's really.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to hurry you along. We got a little bit behind this morning, and we've got a very full afternoon this afternoon, so we do need to try to move along. We are in Berlin, and we are looking towards a new Berlin-Brandenburg airport very soon. Who better to introduce some of these issues than Engelbert Lütke-Daldrup, who's CEO of Berlin-Brandenburg Airport. Engelbert, if you'd join us, please. Thank you. Welcome.
Good to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Berlin. We're happy and proud to host this conference in our wonderful city. Berlin looks back to rich aviation history. Otto Lilienthal, a pioneer of aviation known as the Flying Man, made his flights with a glider here near Berlin in the 19th century. Tempelhof was already designed as an airport in 1923 and was one of the earliest commercial airports in the world. Deutsche Lufthansa, Carsten Spohr told us, was formed in Berlin 1926. Germany, Berlin is a cradle of German aviation. Berlin is also recognized as a unique city. Signs of the former division are still visible in the city, even after the glorious reunion that happened nearly 30 years ago. However, Berlin is perceived as a city of opportunities and a start-up hotspot. Just like Berlin itself is constantly evolving, so is the demand for traveling to our city. Due to the fact that our new airport, BER, is unfinished and delayed, it has become a topic of conversation around the world. However, today, I would like to change your perception and introduce the new BER airport as an airport of opportunities. For starters, I would like to introduce our company, the FBB, the Berlin Airports. We are an airport company operating two well-established airports and have been building the third one for much too long. Roughly 2,000 employees are running Tegel and Schönefeld and building the new Berlin airport. Our impact on the labor market and the economies of Berlin, of the capital region, is already remarkable. The operating airports have already generated more than 20,000 jobs within the capital region. The amount of these jobs will double in the next 10 to 20 years. Compared to all other German cities, Berlin is the most attractive destination. There might be more important airports in Germany, and you have remember Carstenspoor, but no destination is more important than the capital. 25% of all passengers coming to Germany want to go to Berlin. What makes our city so attractive is our history, our vibrant cultural scene, the diversity of arts, the bustling nightlife, the innovative start-up community, and the business community. All this has turned Berlin into the prime destination for business and tourism in Germany. In the past years, we have seen increasing passenger flow and passenger numbers. Growth in Berlin seems to be almost unstoppable. Even the Air Berlin bankruptcy 1 year ago did not stop the growth. It only slowed it. Keep in mind that Air Berlin was the largest carrier in this city, and we still growth in the year 2017 when the Air Berlin bankruptcy occurred. When we look at the numbers, we see that our growth path is continuing, and the achievement is a very great achievement if you look at the circumstances of last year. Of course, the bankruptcy of Air Berlin has resulted in a major change in the market shares of our airport. But it also opened really new market opportunities. After taking over main parts of Air Berlin, EasyJet is now the main carrier at both Berlin airports. The market share of EasyJet is 30%. The second largest carrier is the Lufthansa Group with 23.7%, 10% with the Lufthansa, 10% with Eurowings, and a few percent with Austrian and Swiss. The second strongest carrier in Berlin is the Ryanair, now flying at both airports in Schönefeld and Tegel. With these numbers in mind, we are looking forward to the opening of the new Berlin airport in October 2020. It is probably fair to say that the history of this construction site has not always been glorious. Our company and staff has experienced some serious setbacks. Nevertheless, now we are on a stable path to commission this airport in the year 2020. I am aware that in the past, previous CEOs of the company promised various dates of opening of the BR. However, the situation today is completely different from what it was in the past years. We have analyzed these projects very hard. We worked on all the delays. We solved the vast majority of the problems and challenges. We have now a really reliable and secure timetable. External experts help us, and we know we will open the Berlin-Brandenburg Airport in the October of 2020. You can rely on this. We open the airport with Terminal 1 in October 2020, and we will open it as it has been designed and constructed in the past 10 years. There will be some improvement of customer experience and traveling experience in Berlin with the new Terminal 1. But we don't stop development. We just started a few months ago to build a second terminal, additional terminal at the BER, Terminal T2. At this new terminal, we will implement the latest technologies like self-service check, an automatic baggage drop, an efficient baggage sorting area, and the newly designed security lanes. As you can imagine, this terminal will be a role model for the future development of the BER. And the future development was designed and laid out in a master planning procedure we made in the last year, and we will extend Berlin-Brandenburg Airport step by step up to 55 million passengers. In the future, we want to become the BER, to become an example for customer initiatives regarding all stages of passenger journey, developed cooperatively between the airport and the stakeholders. From security screening innovations to ease access, the airport community is currently embarking on a journey to improve airport services. Due to the history as a divided city, Berlin missed the early development of airport hubs in Germany. You remember Carsten's Poor. But we feel that Berlin has a big potential for further development. Therefore, we need to work on the big demand of long-haul connections to Berlin. Berlin is indeed a national target for long-haul flights. We clearly see a demand for direct long-haul connection to and from Berlin. The new infrastructure of the BER will be able to handle these long-haul flights very efficiently, especially routes to Asia and North America, but also further routes to Middle East and Africa will develop. All airlines are invited to work with us, and we feel that Berlin gives very good opportunities for further development. Not only in my opinion, Berlin is the most underestimated capital in the world. Germany has the strongest economy of the entire European Union. Enormous government body, embassies, associations caused an unserved demand in our capital. The FBB, the Berlin Airport, is not only participating that recognize the benefits of increased connectivity in the area. The demand for increase of long-haul services from Berlin manifests itself through an initiative that is called Connect 25. It has been lately formed by main business and tourism association in Berlin. This initiative seeks to create awareness on a political level for a better international connectivity of the German capital. As you can see, we are looking forward to a journey with many challenges, but also a lot of excitements. It never gets boring in Berlin, I promise. My company will build the BER, the Berlin-Brandenburg International Airport. The BER will open in October 2020. We want you to support us, enable us to support you. In this sense, I wish us some very exciting and interesting days in Berlin on this conference. Take some time to explore our city. It is, in many aspects, a great experience. Great to have you here. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your very warm welcome to your city. We look forward to coming back in 2 years and flying directly into Brandenburg.
Oh, yes, looking forward to it. I will invite you to our great opening.
All right, I will promise to be there. Would you like to take a seat? And we're going to continue in Germany, funnily enough, having a look at the German market outlook, which I think follows on quite nicely from the last discussion. And to take us through that, if I could invite Gerald Wissel, who's Managing Partner of Airborne Consulting, to come up on stage and introduce his panel, please. Gerald, thank you. Hey, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter, for inviting us here to moderate this panel discussion. Yeah, I would like to ask my other guests just to come around to the stage so that we can start together. Before we start with shortly introducing the guests coming up here right now, I would just start with coming up with a topic we have. So please, yeah. It is intended to talk about Air Berlin, the exit of Air Berlin in the German market, and whether the German market has changed or not. So this is our topic right now. Just some facts for you. Ryanair expects Laudamotion to lose 150 million euros this year in whole. It's a loss. Lufthansa estimates in charge at Eurowings due to integration and special costs at 170 million euros for the year as a whole. And EasyJet, so the other player who took a strong part in the Air Berlin exit and what happens after it, is estimating a loss around 170 million euros this year. So we come in total to 490 million losses because of the exit of Air Berlin and the special costs after this. When you look at Air Berlin in 2016, the operated losses were exactly 490 million euros. So these figures will show exactly the motto we have today. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Yes, of course, and we can also talk here together, I think all of us, about taxes in Germany, duties, and that we have one of the highest aviation tax in the world, and that security levies have risen by 75%. So we know this. Of course, we can talk about it. But however, we are facing, not only the German, but also in the European and in the global market, a lot of challenges. So the idea is to talk about these challenges. And we saw here on the screen at the beginning what you think, what the challenges are. I agree with my colleague from IATA, I don't see where him, that on my list is fuel as well not as the biggest challenge, but we see others. For example, capacity constraints on ground combined with climate change and increasing tightenings in emission and noise. Stone Age legislation combined with national sensitivities. Lack of educated staff combined with partially overworked and unpaid employees. And we talk about the service industry here. And systems in the air and the ground on limit combined with ongoing price and cost pressure. So this is what we want to talk about in total, of course, combined with the exit for look forward to the challenges in the German markets here with this, my guests. So before we start, I would like to introduce very shortly my guests. So I start with Professor Engelbert Lüdke, already introduced. From my point of view, I think one of the toughest jobs in aviation today in Germany. So, and we see here, so we all hope, and there's no doubt, be sure to see us in 2020 for the opening here. Engelbert studied spatial planning, so he is, besides us, not coming from aviation industry. He's a planner, an urban planner, and a proven expert in fields of urban planning and civil engineering, sorry. And he became, in 2014, state secretary in Berlin, and then become 1 year later part member of the supervisory board of all Berlin airports. And since 2017, he's now the CEO. So just one question before we go into the big round. I just read an article where you said, okay, we have a lot of regulations in construction industry. So when we ask the colleagues, they will just maybe agree that we also have a lot of regulations in the aviation industry. So you are now have both sides. What do you see? Do we have more regulations in aviation, or do we have more regulations in the construction industry?
I think it's hard to say. In construction industry, we have a really critical development of regulations. 20 years ago, we had only 25% of the buildings regulations we have nowadays in Germany. And that makes it very difficult under German regulatory and European framework to build big projects. Everywhere. We have a lack of infrastructure in Europe. And we look at Asia or Turkey and see how fast they can build. They can build so fast because there are some other regulatory framework they can build in. And I think if the European economies, the European nations want to keep up, we have to rethink our regulatory framework. On the other hand, as a CEO of an airport, if I want to get more long-haul destinations to Asia, I have also blockades with the regulatory framework because there are no flight rights. We need more flight rights to Asia, and we have only we have a connection to Beijing 5 days a week. We could have it 7 days a week. We could have a connection to Shanghai. There are airlines who want to fly to us. They get no flight rights, and that's also a big topic in our industry.
Thank you very much. We will come exactly to these points after the introduction of the others. So Berlin is also your location since many years. We talk about Germania, a privately owned airline, a German airline, originally focused on charter and wet lease operation, and is becoming more and more and scheduled carrier. Some facts: fleet size 37, 1,800 employees, and 65 destinations we talk about. So, and of course, you're also very looking forward for the opening of the new airport, because the new headquarter of Germania will be established there as well. So, Johannes Klinsmann, on my side here, the managing director of Germania Holding. You're a lawyer, right? Originally,
yes.
So urban planner, a lawyer, a physicist. We come to this, and some economists who come to it. Internship at Superior Court Justice in Berlin, and then Norton Rose in Brussels, and since many years now managing. No, how many years are you now?
5 years.
5 years now managing directors. I just ask a question because what I'm interested in is during the whole excitement about Air Berlin last year. So of course we remember a lot of large carriers involved in this exit. It was not Germania. Why?
Well, we've been very active. We are neighbors, or we were neighbors with Air Berlin, and we have a long-lasting history and tradition of our company too. So we were always flying wing to wing on a lot of connections with Air Berlin, but being family-owned and given our history, it's never our strategy to buy assets, to acquire assets from other companies. Given the cost sensitivity of the industry, we could very well analyze what were the driving factors for Air Berlin's demise. And coming from that, we saw it's nothing that we should get involved in. On the other hand, we were opening a lot of routes. We were boosting capacity. We were adding, I think, 6 to 7 aircraft just a week after the insolvency publication. And so we added a lot of capacity, but following our strategy and our what we're usually doing, it's coming from inside. So we're always investing into the company, and the risk of acquiring is too high for us. So this is what we did, and added capacity in the background. It wasn't visible on first sight.
Also, in retrospective, you say, okay, it was the right decision. We looked
very much so, yeah.
In contrast, thank you very much. In contrast to this, to Germania, TUI was heavily involved. I think we can say this in the exit of Air Berlin. So on my left side, Age Dinhaupt, 43 years old, held an MBA in international business, was head of public relations, let's start, Lufthansa Technik, Lufthansa Group Europe, Lufthansa Middle East and Africa, Air Berlin, head of public relations, and then Airlines for Europe. and today head of public relations of all the TUI airlines, and one of the youngest directors at Lufthansa. I think it was the same time when we both joined Lufthansa. Okay, Air Berlin was first and foremost a tourist airline. Okay, we know this, and that worked very, very closely with tour operators. So in retrospect, was the end of Air Berlin an advantage or disadvantage for the tour operators?
Well, you see the market in Berlin with EasyJet and Ryanair coming in had, of course, a big offer on low-cost carriers. Our business as tour operator is a little bit different. We bring the passenger not only to the destination, but we have hotel arrangements in a package deal. We have transfers to the location itself. We have packages in the destination the passenger is traveling to. And especially in this very disruptive summer we had, for many passengers it was quite good to be on a package deal, because we can never really cancel flights, because we go to destinations like the Cape Verde Islands, Skiathos and so on, so that are not daily flights where you can reroute passengers. So basically at the end you have to fly, even, so to say, get the flight out in the middle of the night and come back in the morning, which is of course still a delay for a passenger, but the passenger can still fly, flights are not cancelled, and you're in this way in good hands. And I guess that's an advantage, and we have a lot of feedback this summer that passengers really enjoy this kind of traveling rather than being in a long queue and looking where is my rebooking and so on.
Okay. Last but not least, from your side on the right, aviation expert, professor, former Eurocontrol commissioner, director of Institute German Aviation Aerospace Center, well known as DLR here in Germany, chair of air transport and air research at the Institute of Transport Science at RWTH University Aachen, correct? Okay. And a PhD student from Göttingen like me. So welcome, Professor Johannes Reichmuth. At the German Aviation Aerospace Center, you work on real-time, or you worked on real-time traffic management simulations, but also on fast-time simulations for capacity assessments of airport systems. And this is where I want to talk or start talking with. Current researchers are focusing on assessment of the transport system development options and on the airport system as a representative of a multimodal traffic node. So you are publishing low-cost monitor, global aviation monitor, air traffic forecast, so especially in German, so they are very reliable sources, and we use, I think all of us use and appreciate this work in our daily work. So Johannes, and this is where we start with our first topic, talking about the constraints we are facing on ground infrastructure. So unlike in Asia or on the Middle East, for example, we live in Europe in total, in densely populated areas. How long will the airport infrastructure in Europe be able to keep pace with growth by building additional runways, as far as we can do this, using larger aircrafts and expanding airspace?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because the population density you talked about is also rather high in Asia, but also high in some parts of Europe, but in not all parts of Europe. So there is a so-called banana from England over Netherlands, Western Germany to South Germany, and then North Italy, and there we see high population densities. Other countries like France or Spain, for instance, they are more concentrated on larger cities, and they have many rural areas also in their countries. And it's also part here around Berlin. There are also not so densely populated areas. And this will result in different situations of airports. You have airports which have capacity problems because they are located in densely populated areas, and there is a relation between the demand for flights. Many people can have a higher fraction to the demand of flight than in other regions where there are airports which are underserved. So, and this is also a global phenomenon. because you can see, if you look all around the world, you see there are few airports which very often are capacity constraints already now, and a lot of underserved airports. So it's a global problem, and it's not only a German problem. Maybe that helps sometimes to relate the discussion. But in general, we could see that in Europe, the planning processes for capacity enhancement tends to take longer in Europe than in other areas of the world. Maybe that's my first statement.
I agree, and that we are facing these capacity constraints, whether it's in 10 years or 15 years, especially for our hubs, the tier one, not only in Germany, so that they are coming let's say that they are not able to cover that growth, what we saw in the morning forecast, whether it's IATA or Airbus at Boeing, right? So the other question is, against this background, isn't the new airport not too small when we look today at it?
We just did a master planning process in the last year, and we think that we can develop this airport up to 55 million passengers. Now we have 35. We have 20 million passengers we can handle in the next 20 years. And but it is right, it takes such a long time in Germany to do the planning and do all the legal procedures you need to build a runway, to build a terminal or build a complex airport. And if you look at Berlin, we started the planning in 1992. We started the building process in 2006, and we tried to open in 2012. Now we will open in 2020. Yeah. And you think that this is an incredible story. Look back at Munich. In Munich they started in 1962. Yes. And they opened 1992, 30 years later. It takes such a long time to build new big infrastructure in Germany. There's such a big discussion about it. The environmental impact is huge and it's complex in Germany. And therefore, my discussion point is we have to rethink our procedures because we must build a little bit faster in Europe if you want to compete with Asia and other emerging markets. And that's the homework we have to do in the European Union and in our national legislation.
Do you see that there are a lot of activities are in place today for actively facing these capacity constraints?
I'm not too optimistic on this topic. We are happy to have an airport with a planning law, and we can extend capacity in the next 10, 15 years. But if you look at overall at the procedures, we have a lot of political talk about it. And every new government tells us, okay, we will work on planning enforcement measures. But I do not see results. Because we are a society which has very strong stakeholders for every separate aspect, environment, energy, and all the aspects which are really important. But the thing is to put them together and look at them as a total procedure. And that in this field we are not so good.
We learned from Carsten Spohr that he said, okay, today 3/4 of the traffic are tourism or privately traffic. So what you said, okay, we will have to start not only on the infrastructure side but also on the airline side on thinking about these constraints we are facing. So do you have it on your screen on the daily work on your strategy? So what about TUI, what about Germania? Do you think about these constraints? Do you think about, let's say, maybe involving other airports we are not thinking today about?
For us, the infrastructure is one issue that you have to take care of and make sure that we can keep up with other regions of the world and develop as fast and quick as the market is asking for it. But for us as an airline, and I think I'm speaking for other airlines too, regulation is not only about the infrastructure. We're fighting a lot of competition restraints in terms of tariffs, taxes, all these kind of measures that are being taken in Europe, and this is one thing that could be taken care of much faster. with some benefits for the home carriers, if you want to call them that, and which would allow them to compete on a more even field. If you look into those regions that were shown earlier, to fly outside of Europe, and this is something where we're trying to get some influence. And air traffic tax, for example, is a current matter of discussion that's in focus, where our government promised to work on that and to lift at least one restriction. This is important for us, so we need some deregulation. And if we then start talking about traffic rights on the other side, another field, another topic, yes, we think it should be lifted on an even basis. So to make sure that we're fine with competition, but it needs to be on an even level playing field. And this is, I mean, as small as we are, we don't have much to say in that, but this is what we would very much welcome on a general level to start with, next to the issues that we are discussing here too. So,
yeah, I guess I could join. It's definitely the case that in Europe, it's not the easiest place in the world to run an airline or to do aviation, and we see it already when you compare. Of course, we have to look into the infrastructure for the future, but when you look now, for example, this winter, we have again a big overcapacity. So we had big news last week here in Germany that some airlines are offering €1.99 to Mallorca. And from a very big airport in Germany. So we see, I guess, the discussion we had also about the summer and what went wrong, what went good. It's also the question, how can we ensure that the growth is on a good qualitative base, so that we are really growing in a way that also the passengers like it. Because as you said, 75% of the passengers are traveling on leisure. Many of them are traveling on their summer vacation, their Easter vacation. And when you look into this, the buying of a vacation for a passenger is the biggest consumer spending they do during the year. If you don't buy a new car, then your vacation trip is the most expensive spending during a year, and therefore you want to have a good quality. So we have to have this in mind, to look long-term, to grow the infrastructure, to give room for airports to develop. But on the other hand, we still have an overcapacity. We have this consolidation, what we've been talking before today. So it's not a very easy picture. It has different dimensions.
Good.
Yeah. For me, I would like to say something a little bit against these always saying we are so slow in planning and so on. I think it's a quite natural effect of a developed country, which is rather rich compared to other areas in the world, and that we normally have learned in our industry and we are very successful with our industry, to handle complex systems. And so it's quite natural that also these principle planning becomes more and more sophisticated, and they're interactive. There is environment, noise, emissions, also the development of the surrounding neighbor towns, and so on. And all these different interests has to be bring into a situation that all can live with it. So there is always a negotiation also in a democratic thing, and I don't like to lose it, but what I find to find some effective methods to accelerate this, using our IT, standardize the processes and so on, so that we get the same results, but faster, much more faster. Yeah.
Good planning, but faster. We can agree, good planning, but faster.
Good planning, but faster. Maintain the good planning, but
accelerate.
Accelerate it, yeah.
One question, that's a final question for this topic, that we come to the other point with the legislation to all of you. What you said is, okay, you too, on the one side it takes time, of course, whether it's a new airport or whether it's a new runway.
Yeah.
But we have airports. Let's talk about Germany. So we have so-called tier 3 airports here. We talk about Kassel and Paderborn and others. So today, underutilized, definitely not profitable. And millions of subsidies are just sunken in these airports. Are these our future infrastructure? So when we have the constraints for the tier 1 and tier 2, so that these are, let's say, coming up like phoenix from the ashes?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Yes, to say that.
I was something like a deputy mayor for the city of Leipzig, and we had a small, nice airport, good infrastructure. Now DHL is using it as a freight hub, but they fight it to get more traffic. And that's normal. But if you look at the customers want to go to Berlin and not to Leipzig. Basically, they have their market share, but their market share is limited. And if 25% of all international customers want to go to Berlin, they don't want to stop over in Leipzig and go from Leipzig by car or by train to Berlin. And therefore, the geography and the market volume is a basic factor for the location and the development of airports.
In Berlin has this advantage that it's such a big market and everyone in Europe wants to go. You have this great exhibition and MICE business as well, which is very important for Berlin. So it's a market where many passengers or many people come in, tourists and business people. When you now think of a tour operator, our view is, of course, also we bring the people from Germany to the vacation destination. So that's why it makes sense for us to operate from Paderborn, one airplane, which is going to Mallorca in the morning, and in the afternoon it's going to the Canary Islands. So we use the spread to operate from 6 to 23 in order to have the highest utilization of the plane. But we think differently. So we bring the Germans to the world for vacation. It's a little bit a different product. So that needs, of course, you need a strong airport in Berlin where many people come in. But on the other hand, also you can fly once a day easily from Paderborn to Mallorca and to the Canary Islands, and also from other smaller little airports like Münster, Osnabrück, and so on. It really depends on the business model. No one, of course, I don't want to offend Paderborn or something, but no one from New York maybe wants to go there. But people want to go on vacation to the Canary Islands.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't contradict that we want to reduce planning and make it like improper. I fully agree that we have a sophisticated system in general. I think, and I agree that the big hubs are overloaded and there are capacity constraints, but we see a lot of demand on those airports as well, which we would like to serve. And what has been discussed earlier, that we don't need any more airlines in the market, I agree too, because consolidation is ongoing, and it wouldn't be beneficial for the market to have more airlines pumping into the market. But those ones that are active, that have proven their business model, I think for them it's important that they are able to service those regions too, and therefore they should be, the restriction, like from the regulatory side, should be as minimal as possible to allow proper competition. And this is more or less our general rule. So of course we need a hub in and out, inbound, outbound in Berlin, but we also need to be able to serve all these other airports in a proper manner, I think.
There's also an aspect maybe interesting that if you look on the capacity constraint on hub airports, so the global development of air transport is then a little bit damped by this capacity constraints. So you have a delay in the development, but this is not only the hub airports are affected, but also the regional airport, because they like to have some slots. They like to feed the regional, also the hub airports over the world. And if the hub airports don't have slots anymore, then also the growth of the more smaller airports will be affected by this in the future.
One keyword, hub. Okay, I think within the next days, I think we also will talk about self-hubbing and this trend. The other keyword was consolidation. And very often we heard that, not only because of the upcoming constraints, but all the other challenges, and also what Carsten Spohr says, that consolidation could be one solution in aviation industry. But what we see is that there is no real consolidation, and that we are facing, or that the consolidation everybody's talking about is hindered by legislations, by laws. Let's say what I call Stonehenge legislations. The keywords are ownership control, traffic rights, etc. So the question is, do we have also to change on these legislations? Do we have to change things to come to these points, as, for example, consolidations? Or is this okay? Because I think we look at ownership control, for example. For the one side, it's good, because it's protecting sometimes a niche. For the others, it's hindering for further growth.
Yeah, I think the airport community in Germany has a clear position. We want to have more traffic rights. We think that if I look at Berlin, we feel that it would be good when not 80% of our long-haul customers have to go around the corner, and there would be more direct flights. And in the morning we learned the airport industry is a fast-growing industry, and in this fast-growing process, I'm pretty sure that a destination with 25% of the market share in Germany, where the people want to go from long-haul distance, there will be long-haul traffic in the future. And when we built the BR and we finished it in 2 years, we have the infrastructure to give a good infrastructural background for this business model. And therefore, I think we need steps for more traffic rights, but we have to be realistic. It must be a fair competition. It's always the question how we measure it. But there should be a realistic approach to it. But we are on the way that we will have more traffic rights, and the European Asian market is very fast developing. It cannot be that we have only 50 flights from Germany to China, and that the